And to remind the commissioners that are in the room, just please keep your microphones on mute if you're not talking to reduce the feedback for the people who are joining us via video. And the first announcement is really just an exciting announcement and a procedural process to solidify the Oaklawn Park Local Historic District. And this is just a reminder that Oaklawn Park is our newest local historic district. The process is on the screen with the public hearings and the rezoning with City Council. And the decision was made final by City Council on December 21st, 2020. And since they've made that decision final, it's now up to the Historic District Commission to adopt guidelines for the Oaklawn Park District. And this is because our current Historic District guidelines do not speak to mid-century architecture. And Oaklawn Park was built in the 1950s and 1960s, which is and has a much different plan and layout to their neighborhood with the curvilinear streets than Dilworth, Fourth Ward, Hermitage Court, Plaza Midwood, Wesley Heights, and Wilmore. And so I'm gonna turn it over to our chair to open the public hearing. And the public hearing is just to hear from any of the commissioners, any members of the public, any members of the Oaklawn Park community who want to provide input or comments on this draft document. The commission will not be voting today to adopt. We will officially adopt at our March 10th meeting. So, Chairwoman Parati.
All right. Thanks for tuning in today, everyone. We're so excited about Oaklawn Park becoming our 7th designated historic district. And I'll open it up to the public now, and in case there's anyone here who wants to, or tuning in, who wants to make comments.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I would request that we perhaps leave the public hearing open, move on to our workshop items, and then close the public hearing just to give the public enough time to maybe call in or join us and receive that feedback.
That's perfect. So if you are tuning in and you'd like to make some comments, please call in so that we can get you on public record. But for now, let's move on to our second workshop item.
Okay, our second workshop item is a pre-meeting workshop for new construction of townhomes at 224 to 236 West Kingston Avenue. And Dennis, Rory, and James Scruggs, are you on the line with us?
I am. This is Dennis.
Hi, Dennis. Welcome.
Hey, thank you.
I have your presentation up here, and I'm going to turn the floor over to you to speak, and just let me know as you want to proceed through the slides.
Sure. Thank you so much, Christy. Appreciate that. So this is a project that Kingdom Development Partners, James Scruggs and myself are working on. We're in the kind of planning phases of the project and wanted to have a little time here in the workshop to talk through some items related to the project and certainly get feedback from the commission. This is the address of the property, but I'll show an aerial here in a second. Do you mind advancing the slide, please? Yes. Yeah, thank you. So if you look kind of in your maybe right side of your screen, you'll see 4 parcels that are highlighted. Those are the parcels that are referenced on the home page of the site. This is homepage of the presentation. So the parcels are on West Kingston Avenue, almost at the intersection with South Tryon. Next slide, please. So as you may or may not be aware, hopefully everyone is aware, but in 2017, the site was rezoned. Yeah, this slide, thank you. Yeah, so the site was rezoned to allow for up to 17 townhome units. And our understanding is, while the zoning got approved, I don't think it was fully approved at the HDC level. And so from a site considerations perspective, one of the talking kind of points we wanted to have with the HDC was around, kind of the site, and is there anything with this particular site plan that stands out that we need to be thinking about? Any sort of red flags that just jump off the page for anyone that we need to be thinking about as we're doing our planning and due diligence. So I'm going to stop here and just kind of listen for any sort of feedback, and happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
Thank you so much, Dennis. Commissioners, do we want to see the full scope of the presentation by Dennis before we make comments, or are you ready to make comments now? No. Okay. Hey, Dennis, do you mind going through the whole presentation so we can take a holistic approach to our feedback?
Sure. That's fine. So we can certainly get to the next slide. So on the architectural consideration side, and it will become more apparent after this particular slide, what I mean is, as the crow flies, we're about a quarter of a mile from the former Wilmore School at Mint and West Boulevard, and we're about a half a mile from the Kingston on West project that we're also doing. That's in your far left portion of this particular aerial circled in red. There's actually that's an 8-unit project that's coming out of the ground. You'll see some pictures of it here later, but even on the south side, I didn't highlight it, but on the south side, there's 34 additional units that will be coming that have already been approved on the zoning side and by the HDC. While the reason that's relevant for us is architecturally, these are kind of the projects that we're drawing inspiration from as we consider, what could be possible on the parcels highlighted in yellow. So next slide, please. I'm sure this is a building everyone's familiar with, but this is the former Wilmore School, just to kind of give everyone a feel of the architecture and some of the building materials that were used on this project. Understanding that this particular school was built in different phases, which I think the picture in the background is actually of the original school building. So next slide, please. Yeah, here are some elevations from actually the Kingston on West project that I referenced earlier. I think if anyone wants to see a good visual of the projects, they're actually under construction right now. The 8 units on the north side are under construction right now. And so as we drew inspiration largely from the Wilmore School for this particular project, the Kingston on West project, that is, we're drawing again on inspiration from Kingston on West and the Wilmore School from an architectural perspective for the project that we're here talking about today. Understanding that we have some interest with increasing the porches to I believe 8-foot depth, which is what the HDC guidelines would suggest. Or recommend rather on the current project that we're talking about. But from a building material perspective, our desire would be to remain as close to the building materials that we have on this project as possible. And also we would be interested in exploring kind of a similar roof line. One thing that we can talk about kind of later after I complete the presentation is just, kind of the height requirements within the HDC and kind of what those are, so that we're kind of clear on height requirements, because we may have to certainly look at that to be in line with the HDC guidelines. Next slide, please. So this is just an image under construction. There's actually been, some advanced work since this image was taken. So I encourage everybody to take a look at the project when you have an opportunity. Next slide, please. And probably, sort of the last, or not probably, but the last sort of item that's important for us is, what we're defining as kind of the existing edge conditions and how to make an architectural transition along the edges of the community, recognizing that the majority of the neighborhood there's pitched roof houses. We understand that, but we certainly, have kind of surveyed the neighborhood and the community, found some different transition points along the edges. And so will you go to the next slide, please? And so this is, certainly looking from the property, what we see, and recognizing that that's certainly south end across the street, but it is very much this parcel, or these parcels that we're looking at and working on as a project, represent to us that, sort of an edge condition for the historic district. And so, we're trying to figure out, what's the best way to make that transition architecturally. And we believe that staying kind of within the theme of the Kingston on West project that we showed earlier, it certainly makes sense to us, but want to have that dialogue with the commission. Next slide, please. I think this will be the final slide. Yeah, so we didn't necessarily try to take pictures of every sort of edge condition, but did want to just show a couple, just to show you what we're seeing and how we're kind of evaluating how to transition from kind of more of the pitched roof line structures to something that's not necessarily pitched in roof and even material type. So I'll stop there because I think this is actually the last slide. James, I don't know if you have anything that you want to add, maybe, around building material and things of that nature. If you do, kind of certainly jump on, and I'll mute my mic.
James, are you with us?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Dennis?
So can you hear me now?
Oh, there you go. Yes.
Can you hear me now? Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. I was talking. I'm sorry. So, yeah. So only thing I wanted to mention is that one of the feedbacks that I was requesting to see if it's possible to use the same kind of building materials exterior as Kingston on West, because we've gotten so much positive feedback from all the neighbors in the community, and they love this building and they love everything about it. So, one of the feedbacks that I wanted to see if we can get is if we can use that same kind of brick, that same kind of stucco, that same kind of stone, if that would be an option as well. So that's kind of part of the feedback that I'm looking for in regards to this project.
Okay, thank you, James. Thank you, Dennis. All right, commissioners, let's give some feedback based on what we've seen to both Dennis and James. We can do a round robin, or if you're really excited about making comments. All right, PJ.
Christy, can you go to the slide that was the Wilmore map that had like one section in yellow and red? Okay, perfect. All right, so commissioners, just a couple of questions for you all. Knowing that the original townhouses are in red all the way on the left, and you've got the church in between there and the school, with Mr. Scruggs' original project, the context was extremely close, right? Those townhouses were right next door to the church. So my question for you is, from a context perspective, with the brick and the cast stone or the stucco, is this property in yellow close enough to the Wilmore School to read those material elements from a context perspective? I would venture to say yes, because also across the street, you've got brick quads. So I think from a materials perspective, brick, there's context there for multifamily and brick. My question would be, is it close enough to the school and the church for that stucco and cast stone to be read in from a context perspective for materials? I think yes as well.
Well, that's a great question, PJ. I'll say as far as context goes, when we saw a couple of applications for this particular property, they tried to use Mr. Scruggs's West Boulevard townhomes as precedent for what they wanted to do here. We turned that down, saying that the context wasn't within half a mile or a quarter of a mile, but within the 360. So, I would encourage both Dennis and James to look along the street in really taking that streetscape for everything from the height, the massing, the materials, all of that, because we have said in the past that that's what we're looking for, and I don't see why that would be any different now. Damon?
Thanks, Kim. I think I'm going to say pretty much what you just referred to. I think this new area that's in yellow, and what PJ was saying, is it needs to be within the context of what's around. This area is much more nestled into the neighborhood than that other project, which had a large property next to it that was open. It was on a hill that kind of exposed itself to West Boulevard. This is much more nestled into the housing, the smaller properties there, and I think that needs to be considered as they start looking into the scale and massing of this new project.
Thanks, Damon. Jill?
I think that the applicants are going in the right direction, and I think that PJ's comments about the material are spot on. I believe the scale and massing is an issue, as Damon mentioned, but there's plenty of precedent for the material usage adjacent to more of the home styles that you would see in Fourth Ward. You would have building materials that were brick and mortar in this context. So I like the way.
Thanks, Jill. Jessica?
Hi, yeah, I'm just going to probably be echoing what my fellow commissioners have said, which is we've seen a lot of applications for this site. And I think the barriers in those applications have been the context of West Kingston as opposed to West Boulevard, because the project on West Boulevard really does feel incredible. You guys have done a beautiful job with that. It's so contextual. The West Boulevard is experienced in a totally different manner, and as an outdoor room, right, it is bounded by a lot of institutional uses and, walls, essentially, when we consider the outdoor room, and you experience it at a much greater speed and pace. Whereas Kingston really has a much smaller mill house grain to it. It's experienced in a much slower pace, and that seems to have been the barrier in past applications. The other barrier in past applications is that because of its proximity to Tryon, this particular site is the gateway site to Wilmore along the Kingston corridor. And so the side elevation that's visible from Tryon becomes just as scrutinized as the Kingston elevations, because it's the sign, so to speak, that you are entering the historic district, which has been challenging in past applications. So as far as the materials go, I'm also perfectly fine with the brick, and I think you guys have really done a great job demonstrating that you can do the stucco details well. And I think there's certainly plenty of precedent for that in this smaller grain residential language. So totally comfortable with the materials, but I think the massing is going to be really challenging on this street.
Thank you, Jessica. And I'll just add that it's, I'm sure you'll reference it, Dennis and James, but 6.1 under new construction in the preamble, it does talk about zoning along the edges and techniques to use in order to achieve what Jessica just said, a welcoming into the Wilmore neighborhood. So I think that that's something that you should definitely pay close attention to. Do we have any other comments, commissioners, to share with Dennis and James? PJ, did you have additional comments?
Yeah. I mean, I just want to make sure that, Mr. Scruggs and Mr. Rory are clear on our stance on the brick and the cast stone. I mean, I think I'm hearing from a brick perspective, there's contextual examples, right? Because there are 4 flats or quads across the street on Kingston that are brick. But I think I'm also hearing that, the cast stone or the stucco that was used in the on the West Boulevard project doesn't really meet the context of this side of Kingston.
Okay, thanks, PJ. And I think it's really important to bring up what we've told other applicants who submitted for this particular area. It's a holistic approach that we're taking. So it's not like just going through checking off the boxes, but how the pieces work together. That's really going to matter. Do we have additional, PJ?
Yeah, one more. And also, since it is on the edge, just like with the West Boulevard project, stepping down the massing into the single family homes is important as well.
Perfect. Thanks, PJ. Dennis, James, is that helpful? Do you have additional questions of us?
Yeah. So Mike, it was very helpful. Thank you, guys. So the massing, right? I remember we experienced this on the Kingston on West project, but like when you guys say massing, you're not talking about unit count. You're talking about more how we basically on our Worthington, we step the buildings like every 12 inches. So I mean, are you guys looking for something like that when you say massing? Or you mean something with the unit count when you say massing?
I think we'd have to take a look at the whole project and the way it works within the neighborhood. But if another commissioner wants to add to, has another way to answer, then please do. Chris Murin.
Yeah, I think on the last time we saw one of these, it was more of a stepping down of the product towards the neighborhood, where there was a taller height within the center of the site, but then as we get towards the edges, and most importantly into the neighborhood, that might be just a 2-story product. And we were looking at the front porch conditions and different avenues of just kind of making those more like a single family residence and less like a townhome product or all of that. I think we need to table not this, but this whole EIFS thing. It's not a stucco product. They put up EIFS and they changed the material 3 times to get to that. Just to remember what that project was that we're talking about. That looks nice, I'll give them that, but has none of the masonry details at the pedestrian level that they showed, even in this, what the snapshot of what they showed today of what that product looks like. So that's for another day. And when they come back to show those details that need to be carried through to construction. But as far as amassing, just trying to get down to the scale of the neighborhood and not a 3-story townhome up against the side lot.
Thanks, Chris Murin. Jessica?
2 comments, actually. I really appreciate Chris Murin's comments just now, because I do think to build on what you and PJ have said and Kim has said, that any cast stone elements really need to be in a more residential language, and they're going to be experienced more intimately at a pedestrian level and at a slower pace because of the character of West Kingston Avenue. So that also increases the sort of the importance of the way we handle those cast stone elements. But I think to the commission in general, I think it's only fair to the applicant if we address that we have not allowed previous applications on this site, from multiple previous applications on this site, to use these West Boulevard structures as precedent, whether it's the church or Wilmore Elementary or the new project, which is successful on West Boulevard, but it has not been permitted as precedent for this site on Kingston in past applications. And I don't want to be disingenuous with the applicants when they in this workshop opportunity.
That's very helpful. Thank you, Jessica. PJ?
No, I'm good. Hand down. Sorry.
All right, perfect. All right, Dennis and James, we hope that's helpful, and we look forward to seeing what you come up with for this site. We're excited about it.
All right.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, take care.
All right.
All right, do we have anyone here for the public hearing who wants to speak about Oaklawn Park?
We have an unknown caller,
Okay,
and we also have a William Haygood. I
okay,
don't know if either of them are for Oaklawn Park or for another project.
okay. Callers, William and unknown. Are you all here to speak about Oaklawn Park?
This is William. I was listening for the previous project that James and Dennis were discussing. I'm the broker on that, on the land.
Okay, okay, perfect. Thanks for tuning in, William. All right, and we have another caller on the line. Caller, are you here for, did you tune in for Oaklawn Park to make comments? Okay, all right. Okay, all right, so we need a motion now to close the public hearing.
So moved.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Hayden, seconded by?
I'll second.
Seconded by Krista Lineberger. Any discussions of the
Commissioner
motion?
Perotti, this is Jessica Heineman. I actually had a comment for the public hearing.
Okay, all right. Can we do that? Okay,
I
so.
I think
Commissioner
Steph said
Hinman
that we can
will-
comment.
No, you can make a comment. We're just going to incorporate it as part of the discussion, okay?
Sure. Honestly, my only comment was that this is reflective of a phenomenal amount of work on the part of the residents of Oaklawn Park and the Historic District Commission staff. It's been many, many years in the making, and I just want to commend everyone who is involved because it just is it's a really big deal, and it's a phenomenal amount of work to get to this point.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for that. Congratulations, and congratulations to the city of Charlotte. I think it's a benefit to everyone. So, all right, let's vote on the motion. Jim Hayden,
Aye.
Phil Goodwin, PJ,
Yes.
Nichelle Bonaparte,
Yes.
Chris Murin,
Yes.
Damon Rumsch,
Yes.
Jill Walker,
Yes.
Jessica Hinman,
Yes.
Chris Barth,
Yes.
Kim Perotti, yes. So the motion passes. Oh, sorry, Krista Lineberger.
Yes.
Krista Lineberger. The motion passes 12-0. Thank you. 11-0. 11-0. We'll get it together here shortly. All right, I have a working pen and a working brain now, so let's get started. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the February 10th meeting. I'm Kim Perotti, and I call this meeting to order at 1:03 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Jim Hayden, Phil Goodwin, Crystal Lineberger. The rest of the commissioners participating remotely include Chris Barth, Nichelle Bonaparte, Jessica Hinman, Chris Murin, Damon Rumsch, Jill Walker, and PJ Henningsen. Also present are Christy Harps, Cindy Kohenig, Candace Lighty, Jill Sanchez Myers, Linda Keish, and Candy Thomas. I would like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed. There may be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other materials that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No case is proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be followed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you will be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The applicants present their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design guidelines. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC shall close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be opened for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. A final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you will be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names before they speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers that they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? All right, let's get started.
Okay, our first application is 1716 Winthrop Avenue. And Alan and Piper, are you with us?
Yes.
Christy?
Yes, Alan.
I apologize. I just want the record to show that Chris Barth has to recuse for this one.
Are there any other recusals from the commission? Okay. the proposed project is the expansion of an existing one-story addition, and all materials are to match existing. And there is a change in roof material to a standing seam metal, which is a new material for the building. At this time, I'm going to turn the project over to Alan and Piper. And if you would both state your names and your addresses for the court reporter, then you may start your presentation.
Yes, I'm Alan West, and my wife and I are the owners of 1716 Winthrop Avenue, Charlotte, North Carolina, 28203. And Piper?
I am Piper McKee. I am the architect, and my firm's address is 320 South Tryon Street, Suite 222, Charlotte, 28202.
Okay, I guess I'll get started. So you saw where the house is located. This is a 1.5 story front-facing gambrel roof home. It's approximately 2,300, 2,350 square feet existing. It has a wraparound front porch. As you can see, it faces out on the daycare of the Methodist Church and is next to a relatively new multi-family project. Well, it's next to a private alley, and then on the other side of the private alley is the multi-family project that you guys approved maybe 5 years ago or so. And so our project is, or our house, again, there's an alley that you can see that runs from Winthrop towards the back. We did or added a 2-story garage at the back of the lot a few years ago, maybe 5 or 6 years ago or so. So this, again, from the front of the house, it's got a wraparound porch, front-facing gambrel, 2 chimneys, 1 badly in need of repair. Then if you go around to the left, so existing alley side elevation, you can see sort of the side of the lower roof. There is a renovation that was done, I think, in the 1980s. Pretty low quality construction, and you can see it's kind of a blank wall space there. That will be replaced as part of this this renovation project. And we will add a window there, as you'll see. I guess if you go around to the back of the house, most of the renovation remodel that we're doing is going to affect the back of the house. You can see the low roof that's to the right of that area that I was just describing. That's where our kitchen is. And so that's, and those roofs, including the roof over the porch, are all tar and paper roofs. Only the gambrel, and then there's a gable roof that comes out on the side. Those are the slate roofs, which, depending on who you talk to, may be close to the end of their life, but we're hoping to get a few more years out of it. So we're not planning to do anything with that. So that's kind of the existing. I'm not sure what else I can tell you about the existing. If we want to go and start looking at the plans. So this just to give you on the scale of the site plan. So we're not, this renovation is not adding a lot of square footage. It is mostly intended to renovate. It's part of the kitchen was done, I think, in the 1980s as part of that earlier renovation I told you about. So it's very poorly constructed and very low quality materials throughout. So we're going to expand the inside a little bit by pushing out from that kitchen and adding about 4.5 feet that will push out and add some windows that will look out into the backyard. So adding a little square footage there. And then we are adding on the first floor a new bedroom, and then basically just remodeling the existing bathroom and mudroom. So there is the picture of the existing rear elevation as it stands now, as well as the existing driveway or alley that faces out and is next adjacent to that new multifamily project, relatively new multifamily project. This is the view from the other. Right. No. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, the front and then the interior side yard.
Right. On the other side. So this gives you an idea of what we'll be adding. We'd like to add a bedroom to the above the kitchen, a bedroom and a bathroom. And you can see that's highlighted there. And then the 4.5 foot bump out. And then in addition, the bedroom will also have a very small porch. So, and we sent an alternate plan for the roof. I think one of the questions the staff had is about the proposed shape of the roof. So that is a standing seam roof, I guess not really a flat roof, but a roof. And I don't know if you've got an elevation from the street. Oh yeah, you do. So the yeah, so that front elevation there at the top of the screen, you could see, you would be able, in theory, to see a little bit, although I would say from the street, you really, you went back to the pictures, you really would not be able to see that because of the length of the front-facing gambrel and the elevation of it. You might see a very tiny bit of it. But in any event, we're cognizant of that is visible from some perspective. And so we've got, like I said, an alternate plan that maybe we can pop up at some point. So again, what we're doing here is our intent is to preserve the original character and scale of the home, to remove a previous addition that was out of scale in context with the original, and renovate it for with a new rear element for new use. We're proposing to use a pre-finished standing seam metal roof. It's considered a more permanent roof in keeping with the existing slate roof. There's also plenty of context in the neighborhood. 2 houses down on the corner of Winthrop and Kingston from us, it has pretty much the same. It has an existing slate roof, and the addition that was approved maybe and went through here 6 or 7 years ago, it includes a standing seam roof on part of their home as well. We're adding new windows on the driveway side elevation where currently there are none, and raising the existing eave height to improve the scale of the home on this side and provide new moldings to match the existing eaves. Right now, some of the work on the side of the house does not match the original house. As I mentioned, the existing kitchen space will be renovated to include a new sitting area, kitchen, and family dining space, and the interior will also correct. Right now, there are different ceiling heights in the dining room and the living space in the house. We have 11-foot ceilings, and then it goes down to, I believe, 9-foot ceilings in the kitchen, and then the mudroom, bathroom that are part of that 1980s renovation has 8-foot ceilings. So we're going to correct all that out to be more even. See, new main floor windows will match existing wood, double hung, same window head heights that align with existing. It's our intention to maintain that second floor rear window that you can see, although it may need to be shifted over. It's going to be a little bit tight in there, so, and we understand that we probably will need to shift that window over to keep it looking more balanced. Again, we're removing that existing pressure treated porch that is rotted and replacing it with a smaller porch and stair to grade. The rear porch rail will match the existing front porch, and we have photographs of that. We will match existing lap siding, corner boards, existing exterior trim, eave details, and foundation vent details. Piper, what have I left out?
I think you have it. I think the biggest thing I think we want the commission to realize is we really do want to keep the existing character of this front gambrel roof, front facing the street, and to minimize any kind of addition. And that's why all of it's kind of on that rear area. So, but we've tried to take elements specifically from, say, the wraparound porch and brought that kind of low roof and wanted to extend that feel of low, but still maintaining the look of all the large, gracious windows that this house has. Even though it's a small house, it has some very, very gracious elements, such as these big windows and some fine details, especially the corner boards have a beautiful little bead on them. So bringing that back to the house is very important, I think. And I think the owners are cognizant of that and want to do it correctly.
Well, thank you, Alan and Piper. Do we have anyone on the phone wishing to speak for or against this application?
We have a caller number 5 that has
Okay.
been identified.
All right, caller number 5, are you on the line to speak for or against application number 11716 Winthrop Avenue? Caller number 5, if you'll unmute yourself and let us know if you're here to speak for 1716 Winthrop Avenue. All right. Okay, we will move on to commissioners. Commissioners, any questions of Alan and Piper? Damon?
Yes. Mr. West, I didn't notice on your site plan, are you affecting any trees by doing your addition in the backyard?
We are not affecting any trees.
Okay. And you do not show on the site plan where the HVAC systems are? Are they being changed, or are you using just the existing locations?
They are not being changed.
Okay.
They will remain where they are.
And my last question to you is, there's a window that you show on the side yard elevation, which is the right side elevation, that isn't designated as to whether you're using an existing old window or it's a new window. And I just wanted to clarify that.
It's the one in the kitchen. It should remain the existing window.
Okay.
However, I was going to say, however, if I remember correctly, there may be some rot on that. So if there is, we will replace it, but it will then match what was there, and which is the same window as what's existing in the current dining room. Which,
so it'll remain as existing unless it's too damaged to and have to be replaced with new.
Correct.
Right? Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, thanks, Damon. Jill?
Totally crazy question here, but was this originally Ruth Easterling's house?
I don't know that. Sorry.
I think she was a long representative for North Carolina.
It was not who we purchased it from.
Yeah.
We bought the house in July of 2009 from a single gentleman who was I believe he was a research doctor at Duke.
Research it. She was a really interesting character, just for your own interest.
Yeah, thank you.
Jessica?
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions. I noticed on this home, the upper level windows are in a cottage style double hung configuration. And I wonder if it would be possible for the addition to pick up on that cottage style language on the upper level windows.
So I'll start and then I'll let Piper. Yes, you guys have great eagle eyes. I didn't know what a cottage style was, the difference. It was lost on me. But I don't think those are original just by the construction of it. When you look at those windows, those were obviously replacement windows. I don't know if that matters to you, but I would say it doesn't matter to me since I lived there for 10 years and never noticed the difference.
Thank you. The other question I have is, in the neighborhood, we do see a lot of these gambrel style roofs with wall dormers in them. And if I'm looking at the rear elevation, it feels to me, comparing the elevations and the floor plans, that the same massing and room configurations could be accomplished using that gambrel with a wall dormer language. Because I'm perfectly fine with the standing seam metal low pitch roof on the first level. I think that's really consistent with the context. It's the second level roof form that is the hiccup for me. And then these windows upstairs on the right side, they feel a little bit inconsistent with the rest of the house, which is so consistent. So I think that's probably going to come up in the deliberation, and wondered if you guys if you had any comments you wanted to bring into the conversation before it's closed for that.
Piper, do you want to?
I mean, I think we have discussed, I think you're probably looking specifically at the side yard elevation. And we have discussed that we are perfectly happy having a single centered above that kitchen window on the main floor, going and instead of having the two awning style windows, going ahead and putting a single double hung unit there. That we're not opposed to that. We have not discussed whether these need to be cottage style windows or not. I wouldn't be opposed to it if that is something that the committee would like to see happen. Does that answer?
Jessica, does that answer your question? Or point?
Yes, thank you. Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
All right, thanks, Piper. Damon?
Sorry, I just didn't take my hand down.
Okay, any other questions or points to present to the applicants before we close? All right, let's close. All right, commissioners. Damon, you want to kick it off?
Yeah, I was trying to unmute. I would like to agree with Jessica on the lower roof, that lower metal flat roof seems to be non-incongruent with our guidelines in the neighborhood. But I do think that the second floor, when you look on this slide that we're on now, the rear elevation, the second floor box and flat roof seems alien to the form of the house itself. And so when you turn to the side yard elevation and with those small windows that were talked about, I think in redesigning that element, that addition, that part of the addition, that it will kind of resolve those small windows pretty quickly. I assume that roof is going to probably come down. So I think that the form issue is addressed in our guidelines on 7.2 number 4 and 7.2 number 6. Location existing and 6.2 number 1. I think are the kind of go toward those. The only other items I had was on the right side elevation, which is also the side yard elevation. We talked about the windows. There's a blank wall to the left of the door, the entry door. And I think that probably needs to have some relief in that blank wall. And that would talk to our guideline 6.12 number 1A. And the new window on the first floor, let's see, blank wall. The new window on the first floor. Oh, so on the right-hand left of that blank wall, there's that window that we talked about that might be old or new. That probably should be centered in that wall. It looks like it's crammed over to the left. And the last item is on the rear elevation again. That one window, which I think Mr. West referred to as possibly having to be moved. Because it is kind of awkward in where it's located in the end of the roof gable. So, but I think that also can get resolved in the redesign of that addition with the flat roof on the second floor.
Thank you, Damon. PJ.
I agree with adding some fenestration on that right side elevation in the back. One comment though about the roof line. So just kind of reading through the reading through our guidelines. So 7.2 number 6 talks about the roof should be differentiated from the old yet compatible. Again, I'm paraphrasing. So it's, with that lower pitch, lower slung roof, it's definitely differentiated from the main house. Are we really saying that it's not compatible?
Are you asking a question?
Yeah, I am, because I think you could argue the flip side that says the roof lines, the way they are in the addition, they are secondary, and they are differentiated from the main. They are very differentiated from the main house. Then the only question really is that roof pitch and that metal material, is that compatible with the original house?
And that's what I was referring to. I don't think it is, because the form, the architectural form of that square box and that flat roof, kind of intersecting that gambrel roof line, kind of the two forms conflict with each other, and the fact that it's off-centered kind of makes it I think, incompatible with the design. I think the form doesn't work. The two forms don't work with each other, and the location of that form on that rear elevation doesn't work. I agree with you that it definitely does suggest that there's a differentiation between the old and the new, but it doesn't. It doesn't follow the form of the existing house. Is my opinion.
I agree with you, Damon. Jessica?
PJ, to answer your question, I'm going to point to 6.10, number 3, which says to reflect the pitch and orientation of surrounding historic buildings and design of the new dwelling. This is specific to roof form. For instance, if the context is primarily a gable roof, avoid a shallow hip roof. And I think it's, again, the first story component is very contextual, but it's the two-story component that doesn't feel contextual and to me doesn't meet 6.10 number 3. But then I would also point to just the cover image on the guidelines. I don't know, does anybody have the physical guidelines in front of them, and can they look at the cover of the guidelines?
Yep.
On the cover, there's an example of a gambrel roof house in our districts that easily accomplishes these full height walls with traditional gambrel wall dormers. There's also plenty of gambrel roof houses that have that wall dormer all the way across so that it's multiple rooms wide in the districts.
Okay.
All right, great. Thanks, PJ and Jessica. Any other comments that we want to discuss pertaining to this application? Phil?
Yes, I want to agree with what the other commissioners are saying. I went out and looked at this house, and the gambrel roof is so distinctive and so beautiful. And I realize that the addition is at the back, it's pretty far back, but it will still be seen. And I'm agreeing that it does not appear to be compatible with the existing roof form of that gambrel roof. Thank you. Thanks,
Phil. So it sounds like we have a bit of a motion in the works. We've covered the second story roof, and we've talked about the windows and how they'll probably be fixed with the reconstruction of the second story. So, and there have been a number of guidelines that have been cited. So anyone feel confident enough to make a motion on this one? Damon, you cited a number of guidelines, and it is a team effort. So do you want to get us started?
I think I can do that if you'll help me with the appropriate guidelines.
Absolutely.
So I'd like to make a motion to continue this application, primarily for a restudying of the form of the rear addition's second story. And I just want to put a note that the first story flat roof or low pitched roof is fine. It's just that, and I think by addressing that, it will take care of the window, the existing window that's being moved in the gambrel gable, and also take care of the two small windows on the side elevation.
Some guidelines you cited, Damon, I think 7.2, number 6. You also said number 4. I don't think that one applies, but 7.2, number 6.
I think that was more for the pitch of the roof, but yeah. Okay, so 7.2, number 6 for form.
And 6.
Sorry?
Go ahead, sorry.
And then on the side yard elevation, there's a blank wall that needs some fenestration, I believe. And that one is 6.12, number 1A, which speaks to fenestrations. I think those are my only, I think that does it. Does anybody else want to add anything to that?
There, Jessica mentioned 6.10, number 3.
Okay.
Reflect the
Damon,
pitch and
yeah,
gable.
6.10, number 3, and I would cite 6.12 for the cottage style double hung windows as well.
So Jessica, where are the cottage style windows on the side yard elevation? Are they only on the front? Are they all cottage style? Where the cottage style means that the upper sash is smaller than the lower sash. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, and it's only on the front and the back, but that's the total of the upper level windows.
So you're saying it should be at the upper, but not the lower windows?
Yeah, I think 6.12. I mean, unless there's a compelling reason to make an exception to that, I think 6.12 would make the case for cottage style windows on the upper level, given the context of this house.
Okay, so I see the. Okay, so so then part of the continuance would also, or the motion would be to have the second story windows be cottage style like the front elevation. Is that meeting your, okay.
Yes.
All right, perfect. Thank you, Damon and Jessica. Do I hear a second to Damon's motion? Seconded by
This
Phil.
is Jessica. I'll second it.
Phil beat you to it, Jessica, but thank you. Any discussion of this motion? All right. How do we- okay.
Christina?
I'm sorry?
Christina, it's Piper here.
Piper, we're closed for deliberation. Do you need us to open up?
I wanted to ask a question about a sketch. So,
Okay. Why don't we open up? Reopen, Piper?
we had, based on some staff comments, we had come up with an alternative. Is it possible for us to show that to the members currently?
Yes, you may. I don't know, I was not aware that you wanted that included as part of your presentation. So I will need a minute to pull that up.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good. So let's take a minute while Christy pulls up the alternate.
This does not address the cottage style windows, but it may address some of your comments, Damon.
Okay, can everyone see the sketch on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. There's a front elevation sketch on slide number 1. This is the side yard elevation. So that's the right elevation. This is the door. This is that blank wall, Damon, that you thought needed a window.
Right.
And they have changed those 2 upper sash windows to a double hung.
Right.
And then they changed the roof line to be a very flat. I believe the pitch is 2 and 12 or 3 and 12, but I'll need the architect to confirm that.
Yes, it would be 3 and 12, which would match that front. If you go back to the front elevation, there's a small gable on the front there. Those should match. So that should be the same pitch as the other one.
Or did you want to mention anything about the window impact?
Yes, in this scenario, I think we would definitely want to move that window over at least 6 inches so that the exterior casing and the eaves don't match or don't crash into each other. That would be the only, out of this, that would be the one thing that we would want to change. We would definitely want to move that over, that existing window over. Otherwise, everything remains the same, I believe.
Would you show the side elevation again? Okay. My comment to that is that the form itself, the boxy form on the back, still conflicts, I think, with that gable end. But because it's on the back of the house, I think the side elevation, which is so visible, which is much more visible, is dramatically different. And so I would feel more comfortable with that difference in form on the back of the house than because the side elevation is so much nicer. And I'm not sure how that window would look when you move it on that gable. So I think we need to see that, but everything else seems to be staff approvable for me.
Okay. All right. Piper, anything else you want to say before we reclose?
No, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Okay. There might be someone who wants to say something to you. Hold on for a moment. Jessica, is this for Piper?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Christy, could you go to the side elevation again? I tend to agree with Damon that the rear elevation can be can go back to staff. And if this is actually totally consistent, thank you, with the massing that I was referring to with the Gambrill-Waldormer precedent. And my question is on the right side, on the edge here, where it continues to be that 3 and 12 roof, can it drop to the steeper pitch so that this Gambrill-Waldormer is sort of completed in the language? I understand that may mean the addition ends up getting a little bit deeper to accommodate the programmatic requirements of that bathroom. But I think that that's the key in the consistency of the language, because it's working really well. And I would personally be comfortable, I know we still have to vote on the motion because it's already in place, but changing it to approved with staff to review with the condition that the very back elevation, Christy, can you switch to the back elevation? On the second level of the addition, pick up these steeper roof forms that look like they're almost, 12 and 12s or 10 and 12s to complete that Gambrill language. Knowing that if there are adjustments in the depth because of it, that is also staff approvable.
I certainly think we can look at it. I don't know if we'll be able to mimic the existing Gambrill roof totally, but I think we can certainly look at that as long as we can have a usable bathroom up there. So I would have to look at that a little bit further.
Yeah. And I to clarify my question, actually, because I totally understand what you were saying and totally understand that you need to take a look at it at the sketch. I think it's just the lower hinge of the Gambrill and not the upper, but it's just to complete that language of the Waldormer and the Gambrill is the issue.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Thank you so much for this.
Okay.
All right. Thanks, Jessica. Thanks, Piper. We will reclose.
And Kim, I'm willing to withdraw my motion, except I'm a little, if it's going to be resubmitted, really my motion could stand with the design changes as suggested by Jessica.
So that would be a substitute motion. You would just make a substitute motion for your original motion, just so we have clarity for the court reporter.
Okay.
And the record.
So Jessica, I need to ask Jessica, I'm not sure I understand. Is this something that can be conveyed to staff for staff approval, or does it need to come back to us? Because I don't really understand the hinging of that roof in order to mimic the Gambrill roof. So do you think it needs to be staff? Can it be staff approvable, or is it something that has to come back?
I mean, personally, I'm comfortable approving this with staff to review that change, because what's visible from the street, which is, why it's coming to us, is, I think, appropriately resolved in these sketches. Christy, do you have any concerns about that? I think that's the preferable, path forward for the homeowner too.
I need more specificity on the exact roof pitch that you will accept so that it is not left up to my interpretation of your recommendation.
I understand. Can you just open the cover sheet of the Historic District Guidelines by any chance? Sorry.
And
What about the cottage style window on the rear elevation? You said you needed to, I think Damon said he needed to be able to see it, like what it would
Well,
look like if it moved.
and that I think can be staff approved. I think they have a feel for that, and it's at the rear of the house. So really, as long as, what I just don't understand is what that roof needs to look like that Jessica's describing. And so as long, when I'm comfortable with that, I think probably staff will be also, we can staff approve it.
Okay, thanks, Damon.
Jessica, are you seeing the guidelines on your screen?
I am, and I'm looking at the house in the bottom right corner, which is a gambrel roof with a wall dormer, which is, the configuration we're talking about that they've shown in the alternate sketches. And if it's possible to zoom in on that image, I don't know if you can do that or not. Fundamentally what we're looking at on the addition of this house is, the wall dormer and the lower portion of the roof, but not the upper shallower portion. And so if the rear elevation of the addition can include, a sliver of this steeper roof, preferably the depth of that bathroom, but not necessarily, just to complete the language of the gambrel. And it doesn't need to be a gambrel on the back of the house. It could be a gable on the back of the house. But by picking up those steeper pitches, it's going to complete the gambrel language within the historic precedent. Is that enough information, Christy?
So are you saying that this pitch that I'm pointing to on the dormer is the same as this pitch right here? It's just kind of continued down.
I'm actually even okay that they've changed that pitch a little bit. I think they need to meet the programmatic requirements. I think the 3 and 12 is fine that they've suggested. It's the steeper pitch to the right of your cursor. Right. If we could see that, on the rear elevation in some manner, I think this would be really consistent with the existing house.
I'm just going to go on record to say I don't really feel comfortable with this. It feels like we're kind of helping them design it.
Well,
And
no, I think
wait, let me finish. And to Piper's point, they want to see if that will work. She is not fully committed to it working. All right, Damon.
Piper may or may not be able to do this, but my feeling is this is just a decorative element. It's almost like a facade that's put onto that rear elevation that creates that line. So if it can be done, if that can be done, then staff can approve it. If it can't be done, then it won't even be submitted to staff and will have to come back to us anyway. But I'm willing to do it either way. So, but I understand what Jessica's saying.
All right, Damon. PJ.
Kim,
Sorry,
Kim, can I
for
respond to
one
that, your
second,
concern real quick?
Jessica. Let PJ has had his hand up. Let him jump in, and then we'll come back to you. Okay.
And real quick, I mean, I would love to have as much of this staff approved as possible, just in the interest of everyone's time, because I know we have a lot of applications. At the same time, we're starting to get into that. We're starting to design. So I just want to be mindful of that.
Jessica?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I am very, very, very wary of ever designing for an applicant. But in this case, I think we're just leaning on known precedent in the district and on nearby streets. So I think this is different for me. And I am very comfortable approving this and sending that condition to staff.
Okay. All right. So then, Damon, do you want to do your substitute motion?
I'm thinking, I'm here. Can
And
we,
you are not a
let me
cat.
let me ask you this. Can we open it up to the applicant again and see if she has clarity of what's being asked of? Because if she doesn't, then we probably need to just continue it and let her come back with something different. If she does have clarity of what Jessica's doing, then I'm very comfortable moving it to staff.
Okay, we will reopen. Piper?
Yes, I do. I think I understand exactly what she's looking for, and it's going to be a question of which roof pitch I think we address. If it's the steeper one of the lower gambrel or the upper one, the kind of shallower one, in order to make that bath work to have the clearances we need. But I think we can make it look more like the dormer that you're looking for.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So if that,
Thanks, Piper. We're gonna reclose. Damon?
if that's the case, then I'd like to move it, put a substitute motion on the table, and that would be to have the second story addition and roof be submitted to staff for approval, with referencing Jessica's suggestion of having the roof gambrel be reflected on the rear elevation, and the window in the second story conform to more of a dormer look.
All right, do we have a second for Damon's substitute motion?
He never actually said he was approving it with conditions, so we just need that clarity.
Oh, I'm sorry. So yes, I'm approving it with conditions for staff to approve.
Thanks, Damon. Thanks, Christy.
Can I add something? Also for staff to approve the location of the second story window on the Gabriel gable and the cottage style windows on the second floor.
On the second
All
floor.
right, do we have a second?
Wait, just a minute.
Okay.
Are you still wanting that window on this wall?
Oh, yes, and I think that's also staff approvable, but yes, I think that wall should have a window in it or some kind of breakup with a fenestration.
Okay, and you also mentioned that changing this roof line would resolve this issue, but I don't think that's the case any longer. Are you okay with this window being relocated a little bit?
I already said that, but yes, I like that repositioned in that Gabriel gable end.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Krista?
I just wanted to clarify, the window on the sketch as the alternate, there's a window and then the door goes away. I just wanted to clarify, does the door actually go away, or is there a door in addition to the window?
So I think what we'll reference is, since we're not referencing the sketches at all, we're just referencing the actual plans that were submitted, that we're going to go by that. And if there's any changes to that, I can handle it from there.
And my motion doesn't include anything on that sketch. It was just a vehicle to get us here.
Okay, so Damon has put his motion forward. Who is going to second this? Seconded by Phil. All right. Any discussion of the motion? Okay, Damon, we need to re-reference guidelines.
You
Wait a
can
minute.
simply say addition 7.2.
Well, if you will fill in my let's see.
The ones you referenced earlier were addition 7.2 and
7.2.
6.12 with the cottage style double hung windows.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. All right, so let's take a vote on this. Jessica?
Can I add a friendly amendment 6.10 number 3 for the Gambrel roof line?
Yes.
Okay, Phil, you're still good? Okay, perfect. Any further discussion about this motion? Okay, let's vote. Jim Hayden,
Yes.
Bill Goodwin,
Yes.
Jay Henningsen, Krista Lineberger,
Yes.
Michelle Bonaparte,
Yes.
Chris Murin,
Yes.
Damon Rumsch,
Yes.
Jill Walker,
Yes.
Jessica Heinman,
Yes.
Kim Parati, yes. Did I miss anyone? Okay, so motion passes 10-0. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. So our next application is 933 Berkeley Avenue. Aaron and Will and Craig, are you with us?
We're on the line.
Okay. This next application is a request for a non-traditional material, a substitute material. Is there? Is Chris off? Yes, thank you.
Thank you. So I was waiting for her to take a break. So let the record show that Chris Barth is back.
Thank you. You approved this, the project itself was approved last year in 2020. The applicants are coming back to you to request an alternative material for the roof of the accessory building. It is not staff approvable because it is a synthetic slate material and not a real slate material. In your memo, there's information about the main house. The main house had an addition put on it and the roof was changed by the property owners without approval by the commission to a synthetic slate product. So that's a brief overview of the project. I can answer any questions, but at this point, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant for them to give the further presentation. And I just need to know if anyone needs to recuse. Yes. Not yet. We have no recusals? Okay. Applicants, have you been sworn in?
Yes.
Okay, that's Craig. Aaron?
Aaron and Will, yes.
Okay, is anyone else on the line to speak for your project?
I may speak, so I need to be sworn in.
Okay.
I need to be sworn in as well.
Okay. Don Duffy and Ken Davies need sworn in, please.
Okay. Don and Ken, if you will, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'm going to turn the project over to Craig. Craig, the floor is yours, and just let me know as you want me to proceed through the presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Christy. Yes, I'm Craig Magus with Don Duffy Architecture. I'll give the address, I think it's pretty much required. 301 Providence Road in Charlotte, North Carolina, 28285. And yes, this project was actually, I guess, somewhat staff approved last spring, and we were going through the motions at that time to obtain the actual certificate of appropriateness. And during the final stages of providing Christy with those drawings, the realization came about that the roof material for the existing carport and the house itself is actually a synthetic slate roof material. We had initially noted the roof material as asphalt shingle, which was incorrect. So the owner brought that to our attention. So we resubmitted the drawings with the correct note indicating that the new addition to the carport would be asphalt, a synthetic slate roof to match the existing structure as well as the house itself. At that point, Christy indicated that she would not be able to approve as a consent agenda or staff approval, but recommended that it go to the full commission. So that's essentially where we're at. To my knowledge, the overall design of the carport addition and the carport project itself has been essentially approved based on that initial middle last spring. There has been a little bit of an update, actually a simplification of the design since last spring. And initially, and I think this is in the actual documents, Christy, that you have here on the PowerPoint, but the initial submittal showed a little bit of a bump out towards the front of the carport. And since last spring, the owners have decided to do away with that. So we're really preserving the existing front elevation of the carport, with the exception of adding a new garage door to actually enclose it, essentially preserving the mass of the structure as is. Again, feeling like any new addition, that would present the structure that much closer to Lexington has been eliminated. So we're really simply just looking at the commission to take a look at matching existing roof materials for the addition that we're doing to the carport.
All right, Craig. Any other comments by Ken or Don?
Not at this time.
Okay.
No, I think the request kind of speaks for itself. I think it's real clear. We love the roof, and so yeah, that's it.
Okay. All right. Do we have anyone on the line to speak for or against this application? Okay. Caller number 5. Are you there? Are you here to speak for or against 933 Berkeley Avenue? Okay, perfect. All right, commissioners, questions of the applicant? Jill.
Yeah, so just to confirm, the unapproved alternate roof material that was used on the house's additions, that was done 18 years ago?
Correct. 20?
That's all, thanks.
Jill, it was 2003.
Okay, yeah, so approximately 18 years ago.
Okay. All right, Damon.
So this is, I just need to understand this a little better. The slate, the roof that was approved was supposed to be slate, and they used synthetic slate instead of it. So what was it that happened in 2003?
In 2003, the house had an existing asphalt shingle roof. They were approved for an addition, and roofs do not need to be approved if they're staying with the same material. So if they're going asphalt to asphalt, we don't even look at it.
Right.
But instead of putting an asphalt roof back on the main house, they went with a synthetic slate, and nobody knew this until last spring in 2020, when I was reviewing the plans for the accessory structure for compliance with what the commission approved as a consent agenda item at its March meeting. And so they have provided images of the synthetic slate that is on the main house that was installed without any prior approval of the commission. And they're requesting to use this same material on the addition to the carport and the main structure of the carport.
Okay, so normally when we look at an alternate material, which I guess this would be, normally we have a sample of it to take a look at and approve it and maybe get some history of how well it performs over time. Are we having that opportunity at this, or are we supposed, how, in order to approve this, what are we basing it on? I know there's some historical precedent, it sounds like, in the letter from the lawyer, Davis.
Damon, they have only provided pictures of the roof of the main house. It's my understanding that the pictures are of slate that was installed, synthetic slate that was installed in 2003. They have not provided a material specification sheet. They have not provided a sample. They have simply provided pictures showing the roof, the 2003 artificial slate roof, saying they are going to match that exactly.
Okay, and the artificial roof was not approved by the commission at the time in 2003. Is that right?
Correct. Correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Damon. PJ?
Was two questions. First one, did this house originally have slate on it before 2003?
We believe it had asphalt shingles on it before 2003. We don't know what it had prior to the asphalt shingles in the life of the house.
Okay. Is there
Go
ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, you can see on these photographs on the left, which are pretty close up, we assumed this was slate until a roofer got up there and notified us that it wasn't. In terms of size, scale, massing, performance, it's got 18 years of life. You can get within probably 4 or 5 feet of this roof with your eye on the edge, from the ground. Our due diligence, we didn't get up on the roof, but we all assumed it was a slate roof just because of how it looks. So I would say it's got an 18-year history, and it looks really authentic today, 18 years later, and we didn't pick up on it.
Okay.
First, we were unaware of the 2003 decision, just 18 years ago.
Yeah.
And the previous owner, I guess, in construction, changed their mind. That is what I'm assuming happened.
Christy, I can think of at least one application, but correct me if I'm wrong. Have we approved? I think we've approved at least one synthetic slate product, right?
I don't want to misspeak, and I cannot remember.
Okay, and it may have been for a garage. Again, yeah, no worries.
And, the consideration is, as Don stated and Damon stated, the how well it mimics the appearance of slate and the performance over time.
Okay. Yeah.
Any other questions, PJ? No.
No, I'm good, thanks.
All right, Jill.
The commissioners have gone by, but I've walked my dog past this house several times and have yet to discern any significant change in the roof materials. So it looks really good to me. But the question is about seeing as an example.
Jessica?
Hi, thanks. My reading of the guidelines as they relate to this project is 8.9, number 3, an accessory building being compatible to the main structure. 6.10, number 6, matching roof materials. And 4.5, number 5, the consideration of synthetic slate. So I feel like there's a fairly clean path in our guidelines towards approving this. We're not being asked to review a non-compliance on the main house roof. We're not being asked to review something from 18 years ago that a previous owner did. And this is not of the applicants doing essentially that condition. So between those three guidelines, this feels fairly clear to me.
All right.
Oh, also, Arosa Avenue has a synthetic slate on secondary.
All right, Damon?
I just have a question and a statement. First of all, Don, can we get a sample of this roof slate?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. And Mr. Davies, I'm sorry, I messed up your name. So please accept my apology. The statement I'm making is I think the roof is probably fine and within our guidelines. We just need to know what we're approving. So I think with the sample of the slate in hand, so we can put it as an approved material, then we could probably approve this application.
All right, thanks, Damon. Any other comments or questions before we close? Phil?
Yeah, if the house had an asphalt roof prior to 2003, and then an asphalt roof was approved at that time, and a synthetic slate roof was installed instead, it's been a while since I've done a synthetic slate roof, but they can be almost as expensive as a real slate roof. I know the warranty is much longer than for an asphalt roof. In other words, the quality of a synthetic slate roof is much better than asphalt. And it also looks great. And as has been mentioned by several people, you can hardly tell the difference. So I'm in agreement to approve this.
Thank you. And there are guidelines provided here by staff. Roofs, page 4.5, artificial slate replacement may be considered on a case-by-case basis. Should we choose to move forward and approve this? I would love to have included in the motion the fact that the owners did not put on the artificial slate roof, because I think that if we approve this without that note, then we're setting a bad precedent.
Madam Chairwoman, I would also like you to note that this is not being considered as a replacement for actual slate, but is being considered as a alternate material to asphalt shingle, which I think is an important distinction.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Jessica?
I'd like to make a motion to approve this non-traditional material request based on guidelines 8.9, number 3, 6.10, number 6, 4.5, number 5, the fact that the owners inherited this roof and it was not of their own doing on the primary structure, and with the condition that a sample be provided to staff for record.
And I will second with a friendly amendment. And that would be that we just are supplied with a sample of the material and the name and specs of it, so we know what we're approving.
Thank you. I accept your amendment.
And Jessica, I might have missed it, but something Christy brought up was that we should state that we are not replacing a slate roof with an artificial slate, but instead an architectural shingle roof.
Okay, so friendly amendment that it is a substitute for an asphalt shingle.
And that's fine with me.
Okay, so you're seconding this, Damon?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Any discussion of this motion? Okay, let's vote. All right. Jim Hayden.
Yes.
Phil Goodwin.
Yes.
TJ Henningsen.
Yes.
Krista Lineberger.
Yes.
Michelle Bonaparte.
Yes.
Chris Meehan.
Yes.
Damon Runch.
Yes.
Jill Walker. Jessica Heinman.
Yes.
Chris Barth.
Yes.
All right, motion passes 10-0. Thank you. I have 10. Myself, Kim. I vote too. Kim Parati, yes, 11-0. Thank you.
You have to miss someone. It might as well be yourself. Okay, our next item, those were applications not heard in January. We are now on our February agenda, and we are starting with 2 consent agenda items. And the first one is 400 South Summit. Mark Miller, are you with us? I don't think he is with us, but since it's consent, we might not need him. This is the Wadsworth House. It is kind of the founding house of Wesley Heights, and he has been doing a lot of additions and rehabilitation to this house. And in the process of that, they have discovered that all of the existing cedar shingle siding is completely deteriorated. There are exhibits in your packets with an evaluation from a contractor about how even trying to remove the paint and refinish these just will fail. I worked very closely with this applicant because originally they had proposed a panelized version of shake siding, and he worked really hard to find individual shakes out of Canada. And so they are a perfect match for what is there. It is just the fact that it is needed on the entire house and the entire carriage house, and that is more than staff can approve. They also have the same issue with the front porch ceiling. It'll be beadboard to match exactly what's there. It is just completely deteriorated. And then lastly, they are asking to remove some access stairs that are from the front porch to the porte cochere. And I'm going to point you to slide 61. It's very dark, but I'm circling where you can see these stairs are, and right here. And then a little further down, it shows the construction of these stairs and the different bricks, and how through this architectural investigation, they do not believe that these stairs were original, but it is speculation. They don't have any photographic evidence of that. However, what they're proposing is that they fill it back in, add some crawl space doors. And again, this is under the porte cochere, and this infill is going to match exactly with the existing conditions on the left side elevation. That is the extent of the project, and at this time, I'm going to turn it back over to you.
I would love to disclose that Mark Miller, he and his wife are neighbors of ours, and he approached me about the best way to approach these meetings, and I told him that I could not talk about the details of their application. He understood, was respectful, and that was the extent of it, but I wanted to disclose that.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for disclosing. I've got a couple quick questions. Is that the full extent of the communication and conversation that you had?
Sure, I told him to make sure he was prepared. Yeah, but that was the extent.
Have you received any other information about this case from anyone outside of today's hearing?
I have not.
So just for the record and the commissioners, the important factor when a commission member receives communication from an interested party outside of the hearing is full disclosure on the record of the communication, so that all parties are fully aware, and that the parties have an opportunity to challenge any information that's been provided outside of the hearing or to rebut that information. So if there's any interested party that would like to challenge or rebut the information provided to the chair, they could do that now, or they would have the opportunity to do that, providing information in rebuttal.
Okay.
And
does anyone object to Kim participating in the hearing?
Okay. And so just for My recommendation is that based on the limited extent of the conversation and that nothing substantive to the case was discussed and that the chair made full disclosure of the communication, I don't see any conflict of interest in the chair proceeding on this matter.
Thank you. All right, so does anyone have any challenges with this case being on the consent agenda list? All right, so who's going to make a motion?
I move to approve as submitted.
All right, do we have a second?
Second.
This is Jessica.
So, oh, Jessica Hyman, yes.
I was just seconding.
Again, Krista beat you to this one. So motion made by Commissioner Hayden, seconded by Commissioner Lineberger. Any discussion of the motion? All right, well, let's vote. Jim Hayden.
Yes.
Bill Goodwin.
Yes.
Krista Lineberger.
Yes.
PJ Henningsen.
Yes.
Michelle Bonaparte.
Yes.
Muirn.
Yes.
Damon Rumsch.
Yes.
Jill Walker. Jessica Hyman.
Yes.
Chris Barth.
Yes.
Kim Parati. Yes. Motion passes 11-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next application is also a consent agenda item. It is 1533 Wilmore Drive. We have no recusals for this either. This project is a one-story accessory structure in the rear yard. It'll be minimally visible from the street. So out of an abundance of caution, staff is bringing it to the commission for their review and approval. All of the materials and details are to match the main house. And it is a combination garage, kind of flex space, workspace. And I applaud the applicants for not trying to shoehorn in a 1.5 or 2-story accessory building behind their lovely 1-story bungalow. So with that, I will turn it back over to you, Chairman Parati.
Okay.
And I believe we do have the applicant on the line if it were to come to that.
Okay, perfect. Any objections to 1533 Wilmore Drive remaining on the consent agenda list? Damon?
I only have one note, and that is the garage door is a very traditional panel door, and it probably needs to look a little different. It's something that staff could take care of, so I would like to keep it on the consent agenda if they can make that change.
We're getting a thumbs up, Damon. Christy says that they can. Okay. All right, any objections, or questions or comments before we move? Yes, Phil.
Yeah, hi. I looked at this project, and it's a good interpretation of Section 8 for accessory buildings. The siding, the trim, the brick foundation, windows all to match existing. And Damon mentioned the caveat, the garage door. We want to make that look like 2 separate garage doors. And then one other thing that I noticed too, I didn't follow the calculation on the impervious surface, but there is a new permeable driveway identified there. And I believe that would not be required. I don't know if that was specified as permeable because you thought that it was required, but I do not believe that it's going to be required. So I just wanted to mention that as a comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Phil. All right. Do we have someone who wants to make a motion for this one? Phil?
I make a motion to approve this consent agenda item with the one condition that the garage doors be changed and designed to look like 2 separate garage doors. Be worked on with staff.
All right, Phil. Who's going to second?
Damon.
Seconded by Damon. All right. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Hayden,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte,
Yes.
Commissioner Mearn,
Yes.
Commissioner Romsch,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman,
Yes.
Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion passes 11-0. Thank you. Oh. All right, so we are going to take a 7-minute break. Be back at 2:35. Thank you.
Hey, Christy, it's PJ.
Hi, PJ.
I'm worried that if we go into the next application and I sit, it's going to extend past 3. So I'm going to go on a break and I'll be back at 3:30.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, are we ready to come back from break? All
We
right.
are.
Damon, come back. Well,
Yeah. His hands were serious.
Okay, there he is. Okay. Okay, we're ready? Yes, okay. Our next application is 1827 Ewing Avenue, and it was continued from November for further study. Yes?
Let the record show that PJ Henningsen has stepped away.
Thank you. The application is for changes to the main house and some windows, a rear addition, and an accessory structure. I believe Alan Brooks is with us. Alan, is Angie or anyone else with you as the property owner?
The property owner is not, she's away out of state, actually, and may be able to listen in, but probably not participate. And Angie probably here.
Okay. Okay. Have y'all been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay.
No, I have not, and that's Angie. I'm here too.
Hi, Angie.
All right, Alan and Angie, you know the routine. Raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I do.
Okay, perfect. Thanks, guys.
Okay. I'm going to turn it right over to you since this is the continuation of an application. If you would just please state your names and your addresses for the court reporter, and then let me know how fast to go through the slides.
Okay, thank you. Alan Brooks, 2021 Euclid Avenue, Charlotte.
Angie Lauer, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B, Charlotte, 28208.
I'll begin. Again, it is a one-story colonial revival, it says in the NHR report, a modest brick cottage with garage built in 1928, and largely the exterior and interior as well is substantially intact and original. The side porch is screened, and from just the overall perspective, the attic space was fairly large, and so we added the addition to the back opposite the street corner and maintaining the original roof line of the side and manifesting the windows for the addition rooms in the side and the rear on the away from the street. The garage was a original garage, but in very poor condition at present and not even be able to use. And so it was trying to repurpose it in with an addition, of which getting into the presentation will be a different iteration of it. So the findings of fact were, one, the scale of the rear porch. So if we can go to the what would be the RA4 series of drawings. I don't know, they don't have the same, but anyway, there. So the subject was the columns and the base and the proportion, the relationship to of what you would see in the front of the house that has a brick base and a column size. And so what we, backing up a little bit, one element that was expressed but not exhibited from the drawings was the multiple base windows. And if you look at the left and the right and the rear, you'll see the basement windows. And in the rear, and you see the door there leading to the basement. And on the right-hand side, you also see the windows. So that's an important aspect about this house, and really one of the things that we're trying to utilize in the renovation. So what we've done is, rather than raising up the floor level of the back porch and create a condition where you have to have railing, and then you couldn't afford the stair to the basement and into the house, what we've done is linked a seating wall to the brick column piers that give it more substantial nature and appearance. Of course, we had to have the access in between at various points, but if you go to either the right or the left, you'll see how it looks from the neighbor side, and it gives you that substantial base. And then on the street side, again, the substantial nature of the base that you would see from the corner on both sides with just the one access that would look at a door. So that was the response to the number one finding of fact. And what I'm calling the number two was the glass block. And you're looking at the right elevation here, where we put the existing glass block there in the window in a bathroom and converted it to a matching window configuration. And number three was about the screen porch, converted to an enclosed porch with windows and paneling. And there is a sheet. You can see steps right there. If you, right, Chrissy, you were at if you go to the rear elevation, you can see that we actually mirrored the front side with a door and steps that would lead to the backyard. It was kind of a dog control request by the owner that would be behind the eventual yard, the fence yard, and with some screening. So, and the number 4 point findings of fact was the accessory. If you go to the accessory sheet, and this is the existing garage, and it's in the photographs. It does show that it is the shingles, and but the front had been sort of, I think, aluminum sided or vinyl sided with a modern door. So if you go to the proposed, what we've done is completely eliminated the upper story, maintaining the same actual footprint that we had before, but just eliminated the second floor. It is in simplifying its mass and reducing the height. So, but it would be restored, and you can see in the photographs that it's substantial structural decay. So probably would have to rebuild the entire roof. And so we're doing it in the manner that you see here depicted, would maintain the non-conforming portion at the original roof, but the other side would be rebuilt. And something that was unheeded in the drafting discrepancy was it would still maintain its original shingles and be repeated on the sides that was added onto and restored. So it should be shingles. So two other subjects that were brought up in the last meeting was the all of the additions, the porches and everything are compliant to code at its foundations, of which that's what it's considered. And the permeability for the site, we have marked that on the cover sheet and shown on the site plan that shows some future elements that may be added that take into account the permeability, which would, in ultimate fashion, would be compliant to HCC. So that's about all I have, unless Angie, you have anything to contribute?
Yes, Christy. I just wanted to, I think, point out if you can go back to the photographs. I'm not sure what slide they are. Yes, slide 89. One of the things that I think was important to note is this basement door. So the upper right-hand corner of slide 89, that is an existing basement door. And in one of the comments, I believe in the last meeting, also it was the, like, how to raise the back terrace up so it wasn't so tall, and then the column heights not having a base to them, or having the columns seem real small or very thin and tall. And the way to address that was we, did mimic the ones that are on the front of the house, so they're very similar to those, but the proportions of its base, I think, changes how they appear, even though they are similar to what we had before, but just adding the base and not losing the depth of the back. So keeping the grade consistent, not losing the windows, but rearranging the basement access, I think was key in the last meeting. And I think we've addressed that very well. Christy, if you could fast forward to the elevations, correct, right there. No, slide 95. Okay, so you can actually still see that, changing the back door access is still in the same location, except it's going up in footprint instead of going down, and we're going down internally, but maintaining the windows, which is really important for the aesthetics of this house, because if you look at where those windows are placed, they're placed below the I think it's a basket weave brick pattern, and to raise the grade in the back, I think really ruins the effect of the basement. It's a basement based on those windows. So that was one of the bullet points. The other was the panels, or the panelization of the enclosure of that screened-in porch, to keep similar rhythm as what was there. If I'm not mistaken, that, if memory serves me well, that was one of the other points. So slide 95 and I believe 96 was the side elevation. Yes. So slide 96, it shows the proposed right elevation using a similar detail as a detail that we did on another historic project on Mint Street, using the same concept panels below and fenestration above, still maintaining so that if they were ever removed, it can still be considered a porch following the Department of Interior standards. The glass block window, which Ellen pointed out, if you could go to slide 97. Street elevations, it does not impact the front. There was concern in the last meeting that the accessory structure was taller than its adjacent neighbor, which we did significantly reduce, and it is now a garage that is being restored and partially added to in its existing location. So it is, I think, with respect to its adjacent property on East Worthington, I believe we met the criteria for that successfully. Next slide. Is there any other, Christy? Yeah, the garage, keep going. Yes, right there, slide 100. I think is the answer to the question I believe that Kim had last time, was the height in relationship to its neighbor. Other than that, I think we're good. Alan?
I think there's a detail sheet with a section that is in the packet as well. One of the last sheets of entry. There. That does show the detail of the paneling with dimensions and notes.
At slide 107. I think that's it, folks.
All right, Angie and Alan. Do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application? Okay. Unknown caller? If you're on the phone, are you waiting to speak for or against 1827 Ewing Avenue? Do we know? Okay. All right. Well, why don't we jump over to our commissioners? Commissioner Walker?
From the structure. Think it's a tree protection plan or not.
Jill, will you restate that just because you're breaking up a little?
Sorry. There's a significant tree in the backyard. I just wondered if you could talk about that.
Yes, on the site plan, there is a tree beside the garage and the driveway. And that would be maintained. The construction, there's already the garage there, so there's a little bit more of structure at the garage and points of foundations for the porch. So the general disturbance of the ground would not be significant, and the pavers would be permeable, leading to the driveway from the house and the garage. So,
do you say the general construction would not be affecting the tree because of the distance that the house's addition would be from the tree?
Well, I mean, in that it's it has a substantial area of the yard, and it is a distance from the tree. So can't guarantee, but if need be, there could be protection and or an arborist to advise.
Jill, do you have any other questions?
Yeah, I guess the only thing to know is how far away the construction on the house is from the tree itself.
It looks to be about the depth of the porch. It's just a little bit difficult to. Let me see.
While Alan looks for that information, why don't we move on to Chris Barth and we'll come back to Jill's question, okay? Commissioner Barth?
Yeah, I also had a question about the tree. You know, I might see if Jim has any comments as far as, you know, whether that might be impacted by equipment or anything like that. And, you know, we might request that we see a tree protection plan just to ensure its safety. You know, I have my own sort of comments about the handling of the porch columns and that rear porch. You know, I appreciate your desire to keep the foundation windows going into the basement and give light into that space. It does look like we're removing an existing door, so I can see your dilemma with, you know, preserving those windows versus bringing that porch up. My comments last time were more in favor of bringing the porch up just so that we could achieve more of a human scale on that porch. And my comments before were, you know, the porch just seems a little tall to me, and, you know, in deliberation, I think we'll we'll see, get a consensus from the other commissioners and see if anyone else has a problem with that. But, I think some of the things you've done here have helped, I will say. As far as questions, my one question is on the porch or the enclosing of the porch. You have note here, or several notes stating that there are operable shutters that will be filling in the gaps of that porch. I thought I heard Alan say that those were going to be windows. So can you please clarify, are those going to be windows or shutters? And if they are shutters, I think we need to see how those look, and maybe you can speak to that a little bit.
No, that there was never an intent to shutters. That it could be the operation of the awning type windows,
Right.
But it was not no shutters. They're windows and panels.
Those are windows. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I was a little bit confused. I see a note there stating shutters, so that was my confusion.
It could be a latent drafting kind of matter.
All right. Well, let me just go through my notes here. I think that's all I had for the applicant.
Okay.
I have a dimension for you. We just got it. It's about 13 feet.
The tree is 13 feet from the house.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Okay, any other questions before we close? Krista?
I just had a quick clarification on the garage. I think that you said that it was going to stay the cedar shape, but I just wanted a clarification. I thought I heard you say that.
Yes. Again, that was a drafting issue. There was vinyl siding put over the front face of when the garage doors were eliminated and revised from I guess it's original carriage door configuration to a single uplifting garage door. So I guess from the beginning, it's sort of been a drafting thing of showing the siding, but it was shingled, and so the intent is that the entire building would remain in shingles, and the new added would be in shingle format with no corner boards.
Okay, thank you. I just noticed on the drawing that it indicates that it's hardy.
Hardy, I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Christy, can you go back into the photos? Thank you. So as it's filled in, and I think this was a point mentioned, structurally this is an issue, but if you look at the right side, yeah, right there, Christy, thank you, on slide, I don't know what slide that is. But you can see where it had been filled in, and they are mitered corners, lapped corners. There is no corner board, so that will remain. So that was an oversight.
Okay, thank you, Angie.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any other questions, commissioners? All right, let's close for deliberation. Chris, why don't we kick it over to you to start? Chris Barth.
Yeah, I just want to pose the question to everyone else. I mean, I was fairly particular about the porch addition last time we saw this application. There have been some minor changes to this. I know the applicant is trying to maintain some foundation windows, which windows in question that would be primarily affected would be on the rear towards the, I guess, left side of the house. My hope was that we could, try to introduce a little bit more of a pedestrian scale with this porch. To me, it just feels a little tall. So I wanted to sort of go around the room and see if anybody had any concerns or felt the same way about this. I take that as a no.
Well, Chris, I'll be the first to go around the room, but I agree with you. I'm just struggling to figure out how to raise that and still deal with the door, unless that door becomes outside the porch instead of inside the porch. But I agree with you. I think that it's too tall. That it's not pedestrian scaled the way it's drawn. So if there was a way to resolve that, I think it is on the back of the house. It is also on the side of the house, but I agree with you.
Yeah, I think my struggle here is, not designing it for the client and not trying to set up any program criteria for them. I would question whether the door is needed. From the plan, I can tell at least the basement is accessed from the interior of the house as well. I can see the convenience of this door. I don't know that it's absolutely necessary. From an architectural standpoint, to me, I'd much rather have this as a raised porch and sort of ignore the door since it's being replaced anyway. We're not even maintaining the existing door and the 2 foundation windows, but to me, just the proportion of this thing, especially since we're on a corner lot, the proportion of this just kind of bothers me. As far as the enclosed porch, I know David has made some comments in the past about enclosing porches. I do think this one, respects the original design of the house fairly well. It maintains its overall openness as well, and still reads as a side porch to a house. So I think that was pretty successful.
Anyone else have any thoughts about the basement door in the side area, based on what Chris Barth has put forward and Damon? If not, I'll just kind of do a quick little round robin. Jill, I started with you. Do you have anything that you want to add to this?
Yeah, I guess in some ways the size, but it's really a form on the rear view of this house that I'm having trouble wrapping my arms around.
Will you, what do you mean?
To see it.
Okay. Will you go to the rear elevation?
Yeah, yeah, that's a confusing addition for me, just in terms of all the things going on for that house design.
Sure. Okay. Phil, do you have any thoughts about this? Yeah. Jim? No. Kristen?
One comment.
Yeah.
I would like to see a tree protection plan for that tree. It doesn't say what kind of a tree it is. It says it's a triple hardwood. I'm assuming that's 3 trunks. And if that's the case, that's probably not a good sign for longevity. Where those 3 trunks come together, typically it becomes a weak point and would be susceptible to any kind of root damage that might occur. So I definitely want to see some tree protection.
Okay. Chris Meehan, do you have any thoughts about the side elevation with the basement door and the windows?
I understand where Gil's coming from on the complexity of the back. I mean, for me though, I think it is on the back elevation and the idea that this is an addition. I think what looks so wonky is the fact that there's a building mass that's above, on this teeny column, and it's outside the footprint of the house. So I think that might be what's really catching us, that, right below that cursor. Yeah, that's air. Yeah. right under there. So that's blue sky or green trees or whatever. So I think that might be what's just thrown us off. I mean, I think the issue that Chris brought up about this being a tall space, I agree with it, but I don't see how we can, bring the roof down without affecting the windows or bringing the floor up, affecting the door, to Damon's part. So I think to a certain extent, it is what it is. And I think the definition of this water table with the columns above is doing the best it can. It looks a little small, but to get into the finer points, I look to Chris on that as far as fitting in with the house and stuff like that from all the research he's already put into this.
Sure. Thank you, Chris Meehan. Jessica Hinman.
Okay. I tend to agree that it feels tall and slender, and the human scale is particularly challenging in this one. One of the things I fall back on though is on these corner lots and these, one-story houses, we really do put a lot of pressure on people to use basements when possible. And that I think that is in good faith what the application is trying to do. I am still struggling with the slenderness of the columns and the height and what that does for the human scale, though. I do think the applicants have been responsive with these steep walls to try to mediate that.
Okay. And I'll kick it over to you, Commissioner Bonaparte. Anything to add to what your fellow commissioners have said?
No, I think they've hit everything. Oh, sorry, I heard a feedback.
Yeah. Commissioner Ramsch.
Can I ask the applicant if that door is necessary? I understood in one of the comments, I think from Chris, that that door may not be necessary. Is that correct, or is it the only access to the basement?
Why don't we open? I think I closed. I did. So why don't we reopen? And Damon, ask the question again, please.
Is this back door that we're talking about, is it absolutely necessary? I know that you've made some changes in terms of the steps. I believe I understood you saying that. Is there any way to either eliminate that door or to change the access to those stairs?
Well,
because that's the only, because it's a landing.
it is part of the dynamics of the house, of the utilization of the basement, which was configured expressly with windows to be utilized, and that's why it's so almost remarkable that and unexpected to go down in this basement and to see heights of 9 and 10 feet, height of a basement, and it's just specific to this house and to utilize it. And on the side coming out of the kitchen, there are steps on that lead down to the area. So in order to get in the house from the garage to be utilized, and one would have to come up into a porch and have railing and then go back down again to go up the steps, or completely eliminate the most viable windows that do let light in, and I think is a feature to this house.
So my question is, can the basement part of those stairs be eliminated?
No.
Okay, and you couldn't have access to the crawl space. Okay, that was my question.
Right.
David, if I may, it's actually not a crawl space. There is a room downstairs.
So the stairs going to the basement are the only access to the basement?
Correct. And if you look at slide 108.
No, I take your word for it. I'm good. So the only...
There's just one thing that if, potentially if the slenderness of the columns are an issue, their thickness could be increased and
I think you've answered my question. I think that that's a whole other discussion for the commission because I think it's more than just the thickness of the columns. So thank you, Alan.
Okay, Commissioner Barth?
I don't want to beat a dead horse here. Looking at if we can go to the main floor plan, please. So basically on the plan north end of this elevation, under the porch, we have a door coming in at grade. On the inside of the house, we have a stair, if I understand it correctly, we have a stair inside the kitchen going down to a landing that occurs at that door at grade, and from there you go down to the basement. If that door was eliminated, could you get to the basement from inside the house still?
You want me to address, well, yes, you could, but.
So basically the door is a convenience door going from the garage. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes, and for entertaining at the rear porch.
Okay. Okay.
And,
so, and then if we can go to the basement plan, Christy, please. So on the back side of this house, we have underneath the porch addition, we have one window going into that room of the basement. The other window on the left side of the house is inside crawl space, which is being enclosed by interior wall. And then the other 2 or 3 windows on the, again, on the right-hand side elevation and the rear elevation, those go into a different room, but those are not under the porch. My comment is that if this door was eliminated and the porch was brought up, the significant change besides convenience factor for getting in and out of the house on the back is not affected. In my opinion.
This is Christy. Hold on. This is Christy. From an egress and building safety standpoint, I would just like to bring that up so that can be discussed now while we're still open. Because I don't want it to get to be a project that get approved through permitting for some kind of egress requirement that I'm not totally fluent in. Thank you.
And just one thing, that the enclosure wall of the basement space there is a wall that that only covers up to the wall that exists there now, meaning that the windows would still be exposed.
Gotcha. Okay.
There's still some refinement to be done there, but the intent was to utilize those windows. I guess when they did the original building, they excavated the larger part of the basement, but near the foundations, it was left, so the windows would still be within the room.
I want to, if it's still open, if I could, I refer you back to the photographs, the rear of the house. I think those are the telltale signs of how you get in. So right now you go down into the basement. And so you're down to go back up. And so the question, Chris, I think you had is, bringing the level up. We technically are. So if you look at that basement door in the middle rear of the photographs, we're actually raising that door up, and we could raise the grade probably 6 more inches without impacting the window. The 2 constraints you have are natural grade, number 1, and if you're raising the grade and building that up, and then the boxing, like if we go any lower in the boxing, we're in the windows. So you're restricted by 2 points. And if you look at that rear photograph, you can actually see that the header of the basement door as it exists is right below the finish or the floor system. And we're actually bringing that up a little bit so that you go up into the main house and then go back down into the basement. So we are transitioning that, you know, in that, the juxtaposition of that door. So right now it's a well. You go down into the well to get into the basement.
Yes, I understand this. I mean, my main comment is just the justification for maintaining that door, you know, aside from egress, aside from all that other stuff. But I
And
mean,
also human scale, Chris, if I may, like if you're standing at grade, a person is, you can almost see into the bottom of those windows, like that's 6 feet. So it's not like it's 26 feet. So scale as relates to human scale, if you zoom in on that, so that meter that's right there, the electrical meter, or there's a hose, and then the sill of those windows, we're not, maybe graphically it's not depicted, but you could stand there and put your hand on that sill. It's not as tall as it might appear. So those windows are like 5'2", right? So just the proportions of that alone, it's not as huge as it appears to be.
And if I may interject something else too, while we're at it, if there are several houses in the historic district that have porte cocheres that have the same aspect of having a taller ceiling and a less human scale, because it is a outdoor functioning kind of space that relates to the grade, and that is part of the concept. And porches that you inhabit or close or sit on of a front porch have a different nature and kind of an immediacy of a human scale. But here, the scaleness is related to the grade. And I think it would look unnatural and it would just add more house and mass unnecessarily to this backyard that would essentially responding to the house, the natural grade, and the function thereof, and its particular disposition to have numerous and very quite attractive foundation windows.
I hear what you're saying, Alan. I would just say that this is where, you know, you all are not treating this like a porte cochere. I've seen the instance that you're speaking of. You know, I think there are more than one way to do this. You know, I see what you're trying to do with the convenience factor of it, and you know, I see how that's effective for the client. So I think, you know, we just need to see how the commissioners take this one.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Barth. Commissioner Hinman?
I have one related question to this dialogue. And Christy, can you take us to the basement floor plans just to facilitate my question? So I can see from the floor plan that this existing basement stairs are being eliminated and rebuilt, and we know the door is being lifted from its current location. And I understand that these are winding underneath these stairs that go to the half story above as well. But I'm wondering if there's any possibility that this landing that the door is on could be lifted a little bit, so that we could, you know, raise so that we could be close to grade, but perhaps not exactly on grade, to mediate that height in the porch.
That kind of goes to a study. It was fairly tight to get all this sandwich in, and
Yeah, no, that was exactly what I was getting at, whether we had the headroom requirement in the code for the stairs above. We don't. Okay. All right. Thank you. That's helpful.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Hinman. All right, we will reclose. Commissioner Barth, I'm gonna defer to you, sir, because you've studied this and, you're very passionate about it and you understand the building science behind it. So please direct us, kick off our discussion.
I don't know that I feel comfortable making a motion.
No, why don't you kick off the discussion? Because I think that you are onto some key points and it would be good to hear some of the thoughts that our other commissioners have, particularly our builders and our architects. So please.
I mean, I just think the overall composition of the rear porch addition to me feels uncomfortable from a pedestrian scale. I appreciate some of the comments that Alan has made with, certain things that we see in these districts with porte cocheres and such. If they can show me a porch condition, an outdoor living room condition that's been addressed in a similar way to this, that would sort of, prove some sort of precedent for a condition where we have basically a 1.5-story porch. I'd love to see it. I mean, this to me is and has been the most critical factor in this project.
Well, let's let Damon get in here. Damon.
So I printed this out and I was trying to decide if the columns were thickened all the way up, because when you look at a house, when you look at a house porte-cochere, the columns are usually heavier. They're not as thin as a wood column. Usually that's not what's holding up, I don't think. So I was trying to look for some pictures of porte-cocheres that would show that. But so I guess my question to Chris is, do you think that if they, before I ask that question, I do need to note that I think that the addition on the left side elevation and this rear is a little more complicated than the simple form of the house itself. And what I was hoping was, if in resolving the height of this roof, it would simplify the whole design. I was hoping that that's where this would go. But given that it may not go that way, Chris, do you think that by making the columns brick all the way up instead of having that wood thin column on top of it, would that improve, or would that just, what do you think about that idea? I mean, I don't mean to be designing it, but I just agree strongly with you about this, and I'm trying to decide if it's a simple fix or if it's a redesign.
Yeah, and I apologize to the applicants. I did mean to mention this, that, I agree that, graphically, the way this is graphically represented may be what's doing it for me. So, showing a pedestrian, a piece of entourage in there may help. Changing the proportion of the columns may certainly help. To me, I just don't think, as it stands right now, with the slenderness of the columns and the height of the space as an outdoor porch or gathering space, to me doesn't feel comfortable. I do sort of agree with the complexity of the second floor addition. I think it could pass, though. I don't have not much to say about that. Maybe Chris and Jill does.
Well, and Jill said that it looked pretty complex to her. Jill, you want to get in here and add and share your thoughts?
Just to reiterate, would be what but I will say that it does seem that most of all that's happening that is so complex and difficult to drive with the home's design overall, it's seen either by the street side on Worthington or by the front. It's the rear and it's the side that faces the house on Ewing. I'm trying to remember, but so there's that.
It faces the house on Worthington, and it faces the house on Worthington, but the thing that cuts it off from the house on Worthington is the garage.
the complex side of the house faces the house on Worthington, right? So it's not visible from the street for the most part. Is that correct?
I think well, based on my memory, no, you could see it because the house it's going to be facing the garage and it is a corner lot. So I think you will be able to see it, Joe. Oh, you're talking about the left elevation, not the rear?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, the left elevation towards the back, you can't really see.
So there's that.
But, there's been enough conversation about the complexity of the addition, some concerns about the pedestrian interest. And so I'm thinking that it wouldn't be so bad to maybe let the applicants take this information and see what else they can do with it. Chris, what do you think? Chris Barth?
I might be able to craft a motion and just see where it goes.
You have the team with you, Chris.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion to continue this application for the following points. One, I'd like just to clarify with the applicant if they would remove the note on the porch enclosure for shutters. I think for consistency, we need those to say windows. I'd also like to see if we can have the applicant study the porch addition toward the rear of the house for elements such as scale of the columns, human form or human proportion in relation to the height of the porch, as well as additional study on the relevance of pedestrian door at grade level. As they apply to, I will reference 6.9 number 1, 6.7 number 1, and 6.8. And I think we also need to have the applicant do a restudy of the garage door on the accessory structure to read as 2 separate doors, 8.9 number 6. And also request that the applicant provide us with a tree protection plan as noted in 8.5 number 4. And that's all I have.
And this is Damon, I second.
All right, so motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by Commissioner Ramsch. Any discussion of the motion? Okay. Why don't we vote? Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Lineberger.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte.
Yes.
Commissioner Mirren.
Yes.
Commissioner Ramsch.
Yes.
Commissioner Walker.
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman.
Yes.
Commissioner Barth.
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. So motion to continue passes 10-0. All right, thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Barth.
So agenda item number 6 will not be heard today. The applicant informed me that he needs to defer to our March meeting. So we are going to skip that. And we're going to move right along to agenda item number 7. And is PJ, I don't know. PJ, are you with us? He said he would be back around 3:30. It's just passed. So, do we want to give him a few minutes? Or do we want, okay, take a brief break? Okay. Okay, 5-minute break. Hello, we are back from break. I think the first thing we need to do is make sure our new attendees are sworn in. So if you are here for the next case, whether an applicant or a presenter or a member of the public, if you've not yet been sworn in, please direct your attention to Chairwoman Parati. Thank you.
All right, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
I do.
Okay. The next application is 2010 The Plaza, and it was continued from January for further study. The information and reasoning why it was continued is located in your memo. It is shown on slide 170. And I am going to immediately turn the project over to the applicants to explain their changes that they've made in response to last month's continuation.
Hey, Christy,
Yes.
real quick, I just want to announce before the applicants start, I'm back.
Okay. Welcome back, PJ.
Let the record show PJ's back.
Okay, just in the nick of time. Thank you. Okay, Paul, Rusty, Panchali, are you with us?
All's here.
All's
Yeah.
here? Okay.
Yeah, and I'm
Paul,
here as well, Christy.
Rusty. Hi,
This
Rusty.
This is Tim.
Oh, hi, Tim.
Hey, yeah,
And you were sworn in too?
yes, I just did.
Okay, perfect. So I'm going to turn it over to y'all. As usual, state your names and your addresses first, and then you can get started on your presentation.
Okay, my name is Tim Finan. Address is 826 Hawthorne Lane.
Paul Sagan, 1125 East Moorhead.
Polly Sow, 401 Hawthorne Lane.
I guess Rusty's not. Is Rusty still here? I don't know if he's going to be talking.
It's Rusty Gibbs.
Justin might not be talking, so.
Rusty Gibbs, 2909 Virginia Avenue.
Okay, I'm going to start out, and I'm Paul, and Panchali may have some things to add here at the end. If you could start on the cover sheet page, I think it's the slide before this. Yeah, that one right there. So after our last meeting, we were excited to hear we were moving in the right direction on the project. So we focused on the comments from the meeting, like you talked about, added some additional details, and we're addressing to address the guidelines 611 through 616. In keeping with the theme of the project, we're striving to keep the Van Lanningham Estate the star of the property while allowing our project to be the backdrop to the show. Our goal of the project is to create a high-end, well-designed project while also paying respect to the setting and the surrounding context. We don't want to overpower the estate or grounds we share with it. So moving to this drawing here, you'll see on the cover sheet, Christy, if you can zoom into the project notes, we added a few general notes to clarify some of the questions that came up in our review last time with you. You'll see that the height of the Van Lanningham estate was clarified as 35'7". You see that. And then the maximum height of the residences, our project is 35'6", but that height occurs at a lower level than a lower grade than the estate. The height of the units that are on the plaza and the Belvedere have been lowered to 33'6", so an additional 2 feet has been taken off of those to help with the height of them. We also added the length of the historic commercial properties in the Midwood District. The Trinity Church is 180 feet, the Riviera is at 200 feet, and then the not approved but proposed future commercial building is 180 feet long, just to give you an idea of the scale. The maximum length of our project is 150 feet long for the 7-unit building, so we don't get close to any of the other longer buildings in the district. And then there was a question about the HVAC equipment being placed. We put it on behind the parapet, and I have a detail to show you further in the project. All trash and recycle cans will be rollout type. No dumpsters will be used on the project, and mailboxes will be determined by the post office it'll either be delivered by individual units or to a central mailbox, depending on what they require for the project. So if you move to the next slide, the site plan. See the existing site plan. Is it showing up, or am I? There it is. Okay. Yeah, so the existing site plan, we showed that the tree save areas. Yeah, the one before that, 174. Yeah, you can see the tree save areas here that we're actually saving and restoring some of the existing landscape. You also note the cloud. We did add the Van Laningham Heights on here, so it was clarified. You can see there with the arrow. And you can move to the next slide. This shows the tree placement, same as last time. We showed you showing the combination of new and existing vegetation and trees. Just to note, the hedgerow we added along the property at the bottom of the page between the church and the building that was a concern last time that or 2 times ago that we addressed. And then one point of discussion that came up last time was the area adjacent to that along the private drive. There's a non-historic property, residential property, that single family. We decided if you move the arrow to the right, it's kind of back towards Nassau. Yep, right there. We will address the concerns with the landscaping along there, but we wanted to talk with Urban Forestry to see what they would recommend along there and require. We don't want to put something in here and it not be allowed on the property. So, but we do know that there was something. We'll definitely do something there for that non-historic property. Also, in the middle of the site, you'll notice we did still show the first proposed commercial building there, so just for reference. You can see there in the middle, proposed commercial A. Moving to Thurman on that same sheet. Just wanted to note along Thurman, the remaining hedge, we're still showing that there. We have addressed some of the concerns along this street. We're putting some more porch elements and some things along that to kind of make that side look a little more like the front of the building. So you'll see that when we kind of move to the elevations. All right, next slide. All right, on this slide here, this is the slide that shows, so at the top you see the previous January meeting where we had the it had the more 3-story appearance. You'll see below we've now brought the cornice line down and across in front of the dormers to make them true dormers. This kind of gives you that 2-story height for the buildings, similar to the Van Laningham in the surrounding context. Kind of helps bring the height down. Plus, we've actually lowered it 2 feet on those 2 units there on the end that face the plaza. You can notice how as you move down along that, along the elevation, you'll see that it does kind of maintain the same the height along that, but the grade is dropping as we kind of move down the private drive. Let's see here. One comment was the material transitions. Christy, I don't know if you can zoom in on the front unit, the elevation, actually 1 unit over. You can kind of see the siding on the dormers. There was concern about us having a transition from the front of the dormer to the back of the dormer. We did have a mistake there, so we've corrected that mistake, and now it's all siding on the dormer. So there's no material transitions on the dormers. They're all siding to kind of comply with the historic look. We can probably do the next slide. You can see we moved down the private drive. You'll see the various heights. We've lowered the roof lines on this one as well. Kind of the whole idea is that we're breaking up this mast, deconstructing the mast by jogging the building in and out to create that more of a several building look to our buildings. And then this is similar to kind of how the blocks of Plaza Midwood homes are, where the buildings are only 10 feet apart, allowing that to kind of break up that mass. Then the next 2 slides are the Thurman buildings. And these are the ones where we had the most significant changes. I believe Damon had a comment last time. It was in particular about how we needed to take this elevation and kind of, basically break it down, lower the elevation. So you can see how along the kind of bottom right elevation, how the all the cornice lines have been brought down. It kind of reads as a more of a two-story building there. We've also, if you notice the porch elements, kind of the unit number 2, to the left, there, yep. These porch elements have been added to kind of increase the look of the building being the front of the building, at the front of the residences. We've also added some where there's some patios. The middle one has more of like a patio porch piece here. Yep, right there. And then we have one that's kind of sunken in, so it's kind of recessed into the building, the one next to it. So that adding all these things kind of makes the whole building appear more like the front of the building, give it more of a pedestrian scale. On the next slide, you can probably notice even more. You'll see how the longer building now, if you compare the top and the bottom, it's definitely a dramatic change from the two, bringing all the roof lines down, creating those true dormers, and then adding all the different porch elements along that piece there. And keep in mind, all of this is behind a 15-foot hedge, but still, peeking through the hedge, you'll catch that you're going to see the activity. You'll see the different porch pieces, and it'll kind of read more like single-family homes, a cluster of single-family homes. So let's see, next slide here. That is the same. That's the elevation on the Belvedere side, similar to the Plaza side. This is the one that's adjacent to the estate. Again, we've lowered the cornice line, made it true dormers there. It's 2 feet lower than the estate, so it's kind of stepping away from it, and then it just gets lower from there as it kind of trails down Thurman. Next slide here will be the streetscape size. Nothing really changed on these other than we adjusted the heights to the new design. But in general, these are just to show the different profiles of the buildings, showing that we're the vegetation existing in the new. You can see how the buildings are kind of barely visible behind all the vegetation that's along the property. So we're really trying to blend in and keep the stage open for the Van Leningham estate. And this is the same for the next slide as well. You can go ahead and move to the next one. Nothing's changed on that one. This slide here, you can see this is where we start to address some of the sections and the guidelines from 611 to 616. Just real quick, at the top left, you'll see the details showing the parapet. So this is the up in the roof. We're putting the HVAC units behind the parapet wall, so the roof goes up, it stops. You can't see where it stops. And then inside the roof, we're concealing all of those units, and any kind of mechanical equipment will be in these mechanical platforms that can't be seen from anywhere, but I guess from the sky. So you wouldn't be able to see them from the ground. Also on this sheet, you'll see these are all kind of the hardscape looks we're doing. You can see the porch and patios where we have we're running the wood decking in the direction, the historic direction towards the street. You'll see the brick pavers. We're using a herringbone pattern. That's what we're proposing. And then there's a mix of that with the concrete and the wood, painted wood, the wood railings, things like that. So all trying to do it in keeping with the district and not trying to do anything really out of the ordinary here. But these are all of our typical details that we'll be using throughout the project for the various different porch elements in the project. And then the next slide. These are our cornice and trim details. You'll see the bracket detail on the bottom right with our cornice and trim and our fascia. That coincides with the one above it where it shows how we're dealing with the rafter tails. We're having the angle, we're not doing those at an angle, they're straight cut to be in conformance with the historic details. Also in here, we can see where we're calling out our materials, things like we are using a hardy board trim and cementitious trim, And siding, I know that's been approved previously. There will be some painted wood brackets. You can see our windows as well, and how we're dealing with that. The bottom left, we have two types of windows. Basically, we have a window that's in brick, a single hung window in brick, and a single hung window in siding. And you can see how we're dealing with the soldier courses, the roll lock courses, the brick mold around the brick, traditional details around that, and then also with the wood in the wood windows with the trim around it, the proposed sizes, and of course, colors and things like that will be chosen, but they'll be in the historic palettes. Let's see the next slides here. These are the 3D models. We took the changes we made and we tweaked the models so you could kind of see how the scale of those have been brought down. I really think that you kind of feel how much smaller they feel now. I think it was a good suggestion to bring those cornice lines down, make those true dormers where it really does make it kind of more in keeping and blend with that street, both on the plaza and on Belvedere. And that's what we're striving to meet the expectations of the district and honor the estate. And that's all I have for today. I don't know if Paul and Panchali have anything else to add to the presentation.
Oh, sorry, this is Paul. Tim, I think you covered a lot of what we're looking to do. I think now we're looking, as we got into the technical, just some of the feedback from the HGC to see where we are on these next pieces and make sure that we covered everything that we were asked from the last meeting.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, these are type A.
Okay, I'm sorry, I heard talking, so I didn't know if there was some additional commentary. Okay, so do we have anyone here or on the line to speak for or against this application? Caller number 6. Are you waiting on the line to speak for or against the application for 2010 The Plaza? Going once, going twice. All right, commissioners. Questions of the applicants. Commissioner Ramesh.
Hey, good morning, Tim. First of all, my focus has been a lot on Thurman, and that's a great job. And now we have a front door for those build those units facing Thurman. So thank you. Also, the scaling down of the roof, I think helped a lot and kind of divided that. But Plaza Midwood, as all of our historic district neighborhoods, are all walkable neighborhoods. There's always a connection from the front of the house to the sidewalk. And when I was looking at the floor, I was trying to find a site plan or a floor plan that kind of showed the changes you made for the front porches to get a feel for the depth of those. But my more concern than that is the access to the street. So even on the plaza, where you have that one, I think we were just on the picture of that. Christy, could you go to the back to that picture you had? Yeah. So even that, I think although it looks like a front facing the plaza, there's no sidewalk going to a door that kind of designates that this is the front of the house and this is access to it. And this is how the people would get from the front of the house to the street if they were going to go for a walk or go to the grocery store or do the kind of things that our neighborhoods are so wonderful for, which distinguish them from the other neighborhoods. I guess in general, what I'm asking is how do you propose to make that connection between the public space and the semi-private space of the front door, which is a walkway or something like that, both on Thurman and on this one at least facing the plaza?
Yeah, on this one right here, just to address with this one, we were intending it to kind of come out in front of the, all of them are going to people are going to come out their doors along that private drive and walk up that sidewalk. but we're not opposed to having a sidewalk come directly from that front unit out to the street to kind of give it that same appearance that the rest of the neighborhood has. Because I think since we're trying to blend as well, as much as we can with the other single family homes, I think that would make sense on the plaza. On Thurman, it's going to be a little trickier. I don't know if you've been by that hedge. It's a pretty ominous hedge that we're being required to keep. So the challenge there is we really can't, if we start breaking that hedge up, there's not going to be any hedge left. It's a solid thick hedge that currently has a chain link fence and woven into it that we're going to have to try to get that chain link fence out of. So if we had, 7 sidewalks going through that hedge, I think that we would be in violation of something there to break up that hedge.
Could I suggest it? It's always intriguing when you see a front hedge with a small arched gateway going to the entrance to a house, and it may be. We do kind of trump, I guess, the other overlays or the other zonings that are considered for the project. So would it be possible to do some kind of arched lattice that would kind of nestle into that hedge that would kind of give access? That's really, I don't think there's a sidewalk on Thurman there. There should be, and even the last week there was a new sidewalk put on Chestnut and the Plaza because there was no sidewalk there. So this neighborhood kind of demands that kind of walkability, and for those buildings not to have access to the street like that, because right now you'd have to come out of the building from the back and then walk around the street to get to the street, the driveway to get to the street. So I would encourage you to try to find some very artistic or creative way to kind of work within the hedge of those trees to create a small entrance that would give a front door presence to those houses and access to the street. Anyway, that's all I have.
Maybe we could do something where we could share them between the two, like come out and they kind of come together. That way we wouldn't have to break it up so much, and then it would almost be like that secret garden kind of feel to it.
Yes, it would be kind of a feature. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think we'd totally up for that. So, I think that I know that this was part of the rezoning. I'm pretty sure we can probably talk to the urban forestry, and if you guys are in support of that, we can probably get them to be okay with that. And honestly, we'd like that because it is a pretty big ominous hedge. That would be nice if it was broken a little bit. So.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Damon. Krista?
Hey, Tim, I just have a question about the house that's adjacent, the property that's adjacent there, right at the turn at Nassau to Thurmond. And you referenced that, but I noticed on this one, it seems to be included. Did you just circle that and include that? And maybe Tim doesn't see what I'm looking at.
Which one is that?
That house is included as part of the project.
This one, the non-historic one down at the bottom.
Right, the one right there on Nassau.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, that we just have it shown just be for adjacent property, but it's I don't know what we can do there as far as I know. Part of that's our property, so I think we can put trees along there to buffer between them. And we actually have a meeting set up with the city of Charlotte here in a couple of weeks to talk with urban forestry and kind of go through some of that. So we're definitely, we think that we're going to put some trees along there and some buffer. They'll probably want it for sure.
Okay.
It'll probably be required.
Okay.
Commissioner Marion?
Yeah, just I think mine was just more echoing what Damon said. The renderings look great, and I think especially how you're looking towards Plaza. I think Commissioner Rump's ideas for Thurman though are are awesome. That was an issue that I had last week with this, but knowing that those hedges were in place, trying to find a delicate way to get through there, because Thurman really is a back street, and there's no front doors on the opposite side. So I think anything you can do to kind of create that rhythm or something to make it more, pleasing to a person passerby to slow down traffic is going to be awesome. It might make some of your cases if somebody's going to push back on what we rule or whatnot. So I just would heavily encourage that.
That sounds good. You can definitely do that.
Commissioner Hinman?
Hi, I'm also really excited about this, Tim, that you described it as a secret garden type concept on Thurman. That's such a celebration of that hedge there. It's great. I really love that idea. And it feels really consistent with preserving the character of the edge of the district too. So thank you, both Tim and Damon, for that. I wanted to follow up on one of Damon's questions. Are you able to accomplish an 8-foot depth on any of these porches? That would be our hope if it's possible.
I believe the ones on the 7 units we can. The ones along, if you see how we staggered them because of the way the property line staggers, the 5 unit might be tougher. I think we could do it, but then it would just make the yard kind of tiny. Because if you zoom in there, Christy, on the hedge, you can kind of see how close we are on that one. It might just be patio, then the porch, then you'd only have like a couple feet before you'd hit that hedge. But for sure on the 7 unit one, we could get 8-foot porches there. But we can try it.
On the plaza?
On the plaza?
The one that faces the plaza.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we got. I think I have it drawn. It maybe bigger than 8 foot.
Okay.
So
awesome.
Yep.
A very minor point. I think typically we prefer that the windows that are in wood be trimmed without an apron. For consistency in the neighborhood. Really minor point on that one.
No, I'm glad you caught it. I saw it. I saw it after I put it in. I was like, I don't think they want an apron on that. So, easy to accommodate that one. I think my biggest question I'm going to need Christy to weigh in on, and that is, in order to dive into the guidelines that we have not reviewed up to this point, 611 plus, essentially, I think we need to see the Zoutwell across the street to understand the relationships between the foundation heights and the window head heights and the eave lines. And Christy, do you have the Zoutwell across the street that we can look side by side with the plaza elevation and the first building on the private drive?
I don't know. I'm going to have to look. And if not, it's something I can bring back next month.
Okay, I think that's going to be really instrumental in diving into the next layer of guidelines that we had not addressed up to this point. I'm really excited by by your response to the feedback at this point. I think that it's come a long way towards preserving the character of the district, which is what our mission statement is. Thanks.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jessica.
Thanks, Jessica. Any commissioners, any other questions or feedback while we're open? Okay, let's close for deliberation. All right. So Damon, I'm going to kick it over to you just because you were the first to speak. They were very responsive to a lot of your suggestions. So what are your thoughts? Why don't you pick up our discussion?
I think this has come a long, long way. I think it's real close. And I think how it relates now to the street and the details, like the porches and that entrance, are the final layers. And it sounds like that's where the commission is, as I heard comments as we got here. So I'm very supportive of the direction they're going.
Okay. Why don't I kick it over to you, Chris Barth? What are your thoughts?
I mean, I think most of the commissioners express all my feelings. I agree with the porch comment on, it'd be desirable to have porches that are at least 8 feet deep. I mean, anything less than that, it's practically unusable. Other than that, I think all the comments were good all the way around.
Okay. Jessica Hinman?
Yeah, just same comment from me. In order to review the next layer of guidelines in detail, I think it's going to be really important to see a side-by-side representation with the Zoutwell from across the street, because we'll need to compare this layer of details to the residential context as it pertains to that building that is closest to the plaza. And the Zoutwell across the street will give us the information on foundations 6.9, windows 6.12 in terms of the head height and alignments in the district, and eave lines 6.11.
Yep. Okay. Krista?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment that I really appreciate the reduction of the 2-foot reduction in the elevation that's facing the plaza. But I gotta say, I'm just really struggling still with the 3-story element of these. And, I really drove around this area quite a bit and all of the Plaza Midwood district. And there just is nothing that's 3 stories. And it still reads as 3 stories. And even when you look at the elevation, at the plaza elevation that shows the State House, the proposed townhomes, and then the existing church, it really, and I know it's difficult to see probably on the screens for everyone at home, but the townhomes really relates, that structure and just that form relates more to the church to me than it does to the Van Landingham estate in form and shape. And I think that back in November, those original elevations back in November, the roof form, they definitely read as taller as 3-story. They looked like a taller 3-story than they do now. But at least that roof form spoke to the Van Landingham to me. And that is the grand dame of Plaza Midwood. It is one of the original historic landmarks in Charlotte. And I just am struggling with the fact that this is not sensitive enough to that landmark. And it's to me, it's precedent setting for the rest of this historic district that we're allowing a 3-story structure in a neighborhood that is entirely 2-story. And I just think that it's not going to be welcomed. So I just wanted to go on record for that.
Thank you for saying that, Krista. I wrote down great pedestrian elements, great scale reducing techniques, still too tall. So you're not alone in that. Jill Walker, what do you think? You always have great insight.
Well, I don't want to disappoint you, Kim, but I don't think I have any better insight than has been offered. I do think the 3-story element is still something that we need to make sure is the right thing there.
All right.
And I think also that Jessica's point about the foundation, I mean, I'm kind of shocked that none of us had really thought about this sooner, given how much that could affect everything.
Okay. All right, PJ, Commissioner Henningsen.
Yeah, I had 2 comments. Can we go to a left or right elevation picture? Perfect. Yeah, perfect. When I look at what was presented in January and what was presented in the updates for February, I'll be honest, I don't see drastic changes. I do notice that the height has come down a little. I do notice the dormers, but it's not really a really massive, significant change between the massing and the design, in my opinion. And I think if you, and then to add what Krista was saying about relating the roof forms, back to the Van Landingham estate, I don't quite see it. I'm not seeing that relation. Is that necessarily a big deal or not? Does that is the Van Landingham estate the only contacts that those roof lines, as an example, need to honor? That's where I am.
That's very helpful. Thank you, PJ. Commissioner Bonaparte, what are your thoughts?
Well, I thought that the 3D models with the additional dormers and breaking up the massing, I thought it was pretty compelling for me. Certainly, I'm not an architect, but it did seem as if it made a better impression. It didn't look as large of a single, wall of windows or a single structure. It broke it up for me. And so that made me feel better about it, but I do understand and respect the concerns the other commissioners have shared.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte. Commissioner Henningsen.
Yeah, Michelle, I absolutely agree that 3D rendering is incredibly helpful because it does give you that depth that is missing from what we're currently showing in the WebEx or the Zoom, whatever we're doing. So I guess that my question back is contextually, and I keep falling back. I guess I keep coming back to roof forms. Just roof forms, and then that that top story. Is there enough contextually there to align to the Van Landingham estate or other things that are within that 360-degree view? Again, that's kind of where I am. But yeah, I agree that 3D view drawing is great.
That was incredibly helpful, and I think that Damon gave that as a suggestion last meeting. And one of the things that kept coming up was that we did this so it reads as a two-story, So I think that even the applicants know that a two-story for this particular context, for this particular area, for this particular neighborhood is ideal. And so they're trying to make it look like a two-story, but I agree that it's not quite there yet. So Commissioner Goodwin, what are your thoughts?
Well, I am looking at some of the drawings back from the November meeting, and then if you compare to those, there's really an enormous difference in the way that these structures are reading. I thought that we were going in the right direction. I think a lot has been accomplished to make these read more as a two-story building. Originally, they were very clearly a three-story building, appeared much larger and much taller. So I feel like we're going in the right direction.
We're moving in the right direction. Commissioner Mirren, anything you want to add?
No, I think everybody's doing a great job explaining, what they're talking about. And I think we brought it up last week about, everything else on the street really isn't just 3 stories. So I'm glad to hear that again.
Sure. Okay, I think I've made it to everyone. Commissioner Hayden, did I ask you?
No, I'm probably an outlier. I think they made yeoman's progress, and I'm very pleased with what they presented today.
Okay, so it sounds like, some of us, everyone's in agreement that we've made tremendous strides. So that's something to celebrate. I think at this point, it seems like we're still saying that as far as scale goes, within the context of the neighborhood, it's still a little overwhelming, even with the scale reducing techniques. And we need more information in order to move forward on our other guidelines. So who's been taking notes? Who has a passion for making a motion? Or at least starting one so that we can discuss some of the finer points. I'm going to kick it over, ask Commissioner Rumsch. Commissioner Rumsch, you know, some of us have said that we think that it's still too tall, even though they've used a lot of your suggestions and come back with some really great work. So do you think it's too tall, or are you with Commissioner Hayden in that this is where it should be?
Go back to, if you would, Christy, go to the drawing, the perspective drawing from Plaza. I think that, so, you know, I mean, okay, so if I could say yes or no, I want what I want. I don't want multifamily here. But that's not what our charge is. And once we've decided that there's going to be multifamily here, then the question is going to be what it looks like and what it relates to. So it's on the Van Landingham property, or was bought from and divided from the Van Landingham property. It has some of the elements of it, but it's really closer to the rest of the neighborhood. The Van Landingham estate is kind of back and recessed. And if we were the landmark, historic, if we were the landmark instead of the district, then I would agree that it needs to read very closely to the landmark and be very subservient to it. But we're a historic district. And so this is a multifamily that that we're allowing to be in the district by our guidelines, I assume. And therefore it has some elements of the Van Landingham estate, but I don't think it needs to look like it. I think they've done an incredible job bringing it down and responding to our thoughts. And as long as it starts now relating to the street and kind of integrating into the neighborhood, those three-story elements are way in the back. And what I don't know is how those three-story elements look from Thurman. I know from the Plaza, I think they're recessed far enough. They're not going to change the character of what I expect to see in Plaza Midwood. So, I mean, I'm not sure whether I'm giving, I think this is very close. I don't think it needs to look like a house that's across the street. It's not a bungalow house that has a foundation and steps coming up. I don't think we're going to need to raise it in order to accommodate that. I do think it needs to bring the elements. And I think from what we've seen drawn, they've come very close to what I think is appropriate, given that we're going to have multifamily here. I hope I haven't taken up too much of your time.
No, that's very helpful, Damon. I think this is what we need to hear. This is why we're having a discussion. Multifamily doesn't necessarily mean 3 stories. You can have multifamily without having it be 3 stories. Krista.
I would just like some feedback from the other commissioners on the precedence of this. If we move forward with 3 stories, are we comfortable with establishing a 3-story element, residential element, regardless of its multifamily? Are we comfortable with that? Would we approve it as a 3-story element if this was an application for a single family house? And I understand it's being rezoned. I do have a question, Christy, if you could clarify. This property was broken off from the estate. Is it still under the purview of the Landmarks Commission? Because I was under the impression that it's our approval process.
Correct. It is no longer part of the landmark. It is just within the district.
Okay. But I'm just curious to hear if anyone has any other thoughts on are you comfortable with this being a precedent that's going to come back once we go 3 stories here?
I am not. Why don't we do a round robin and see what our other commissioners think? Commissioner Goodwin?
As I said earlier, I felt like we were going in the right direction, and they used so many techniques to bring the apparent roof level down. I'm really torn, but I can see everyone's concerns, and I'll let the others speak to that.
Commissioner Hayden, you said that you're good with it as is, so.
I am. I mean, this is one of those things we're gonna have to come to grips with. Multifamily being introduced into our districts is a fact of life. It's happening, it's going to continue to happen, it's probably going to continue to happen at a more rapid pace. As I said earlier, I think they've done a great job of trying to blend the three-story elements and bring them down and make it look from the streets, from the neighborhood, from the context of where you can really see it from our districts. I think they've done a pretty good job of making it feel like 2-story, 2.5-story units. And I mean, there's only so much you can do with a townhouse. And when you got garages tucked under and that sort of thing, to get the square footage to meet the market demand, they got to do what they got to do. And I think architecturally, they've done a very good job of responding.
Commissioner Walker. Thanks, Commissioner Hayden. Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, can I ask a question? What is this property zoned?
We'd have to open it up to find out, I believe. Do you want me to open it up, Jill? Okay. All right, we will open it up. Tim, what's the property zoned?
I believe it's, hold on a second. I've been asked that. I think it's multifamily. I know it's zoned for 22 units, which is where we're going with the 22 units. I'll have to find the actual zoning, the planning document.
So,
If you give me a minute, I can find.
Sure, take the time, Tim, and
that it is R22, to Krista's point and her concern. A 3-story structure, normal zoned R5, R4, R6, wouldn't be in the area of, I don't have to, this particular project being R22 could actually be much, much higher, but it is because the historic district ordinance supersedes the zoning underneath that we are in the position we're in to put the kind of constraints on this property that we're putting on it. But it is zoned R22, so it is a different animal.
No, it's not. It's
Yeah,
not.
it's actually
It's
mud.
mud. Mud O.
Yeah.
Oh, so even more
yeah.
to that point.
Yeah. Mixed use urban development.
And more
so.
to that point, the rest of the properties that you might be concerned with being impacted by this as a precedent are your typical single-family zone properties. So that wouldn't really be something that would happen in those particular zonings. So I think this is a real different animal that we're looking at, just to answer some of the concern you might have.
And it was a conditional zoning too, so that's where the units came into play. Most of these kind of more sensitive rezonings get kind of additional things put onto them. You know, for example, the hedge that was part of the rezoning, so things like that. But
thanks, Tim.
Yep.
Thanks, Jill, for asking the question. Krista, it looks like you want to say something. Oh, okay. All right, yeah, so it looks like someone does. Commissioner Henningsen?
No, I wanted to say thanks, Damon. I mean, that was a really good explanation about that with this multi-story house, multifamily house, that it doesn't have to relate exactly. The context doesn't have to be exact to the Van Landingham estate, right? Thinking about it, I think my initial thought and read was probably a little more restrictive than it should have been. The mass reducing techniques that they use that are in that 3D diagram rendering are great. This project has come leaps and bounds. My question is, commissioners, let's just continue to be very clear as to if there are further enhancements or things that we need to change. I just want to make sure that we continue to be crystal clear so the applicants know how they can tweak, adjust, and move forward.
I agree, PJ. I think that's helpful. Commissioner Muir.
Yeah, I think to echo some of the things that have been said, and most recently, I guess, um, with just the height, and this is multifamily, and I think as we look at this site and just this site in particular, I think it lends on, especially on the backside, and how they're treating the street with the hedges and all that. I don't see a problem with the 3 stories and where that is in the site, and that it's opposite of not the historic district. And if you start looking outside of that context into okay, are we offending the neighborhood? Well, the neighborhood's taller than that in some respects. So I don't think that's really an issue on that backside on Thurman. As it pertains to the plaza, I mean, that first unit is tall compared to what else is on the streetscape. And that was something that, we talked about last week or the last go around with this. And I can still see where that could be an issue. But for me, it's just that front issue, or excuse me, that front unit on how it addresses the street. As soon as we start getting deeper into the site, I mean, understanding what the model is that they're going after and their development with townhomes, that they're not, I don't believe we can seriously ask for 2 stories all the way around or like that. I think for me, the overall height of the product versus what's currently on site, they showed it last time, with the Van Lanningham State at 35.7 and the typical height of this building at 35.6. For the rest of the site outside of that front building, I think that justifies that height as we look at our code and seeing, what's in 360 degrees, or in this case, what was part of the property, that they're still underneath that. I think the church is a separate animal because that's not the same use, even in a multifamily idea. But as far as like single family residence, I think they're still under that. I don't know if there's something else where that front unit can be some other form that gets it down to 2 stories, but I think that what they've done, even though it is a 3-story unit, it's 2 stories with a roof and dormers. That it is not that 3-story proper that we were seeing last time, and it's certainly not. If you're standing there, if you're walking on the sidewalk, you're not seeing that facade go up 3 stories. And to me, that break of the roof line that they've brought down really, really helps the height of a product that we're going to see more and more. And yeah, I think that's enough.
That's very helpful, Chris Murin. I am not blessed with the gift of being able to just envision what something looks like from looking at a 2D piece of paper. And we don't have what the plaza looks like relative to everything around it. For me, I just have to kind of guess, and it would be helpful to see that.
Yeah, certainly. That was something just going on Google Street View. I mean, everything's 1.5, or, with the height of the neighborhood, I think one was 2 stories, but this is a story more than what you're going to see on the street. I remember that from last time.
Yeah, and I know that, scale reducing techniques and how far it sits back and how it looks relative to the other properties, that all matters. I can't see it based on what we have here. And I think, that's to Commissioner Hinman's point, it would help to have Zatwell surveys and things for the other side of the street. Because right now, it's just kind of hard thinking about this building relative to the other buildings, to its world. But you're right, Damon, we're gonna have a lot more of these, and Commissioner Hayden, you said the same thing. I still feel like multifamily doesn't mean 3-story, but we're a body, so we'll determine that together. Is there anything else that needs to be said before we move on? Commissioner Runch.
I mean, I think when doing this, I'm not inviting multifamily, and I don't expect to have a lot of it. I hope we don't. And if I could stop multifamily here completely, I would. But when we look at this, if we just think about what we're saving in the neighborhoods, what it looks like when we walk across the street, when we walk along the sidewalk and look at this building, how it's going to feel. Is it going to be in your face? Is it going to just say this doesn't belong here? And I just don't think I think they're kind of getting real close to making it kind of nestle into what the fabric of what we've got, even if it doesn't mimic exactly what's there. And so that's why I kind of feel like it's getting there. I mean, I agree with Krista about or Krista saying that three stories is a lot, but I think it works here, and it may not work in another space.
So I think it's helpful then to see it in a better form within the context of its surrounding buildings, to see if it will be nestled in. I mean, because that's not obstructive, that complements the area. But I can't tell that from looking at what we have now. And so I have a little heartburn over it. Krista, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I was just going to add for Christy, if we get that wall for the opposite side of the plaza, could we also get Belvedere? We have that one. Okay.
We have Belvedere. So I've already ordered them while we've been talking. I've ordered it for across the street between Belterre and Belvedere, which would be this side of the street. And then also, because it's on this corner, I ordered that next block up on both sides. So that would include the Kilgo House and the entire block the Kilgo House is on, between Belvedere and Mimosa on the plaza. Thank you.
I think that would be really helpful to just see the total context. Sure.
Commissioner Hinman?
Yeah, I wanted to maybe clarify. It is critically important to me to see the 360-degree context in order to evaluate some of the finer points of the guidelines. I don't expect to match a single-family house here, though. I mean, this is multifamily, and we're not going to make it un-multifamily. And I am really happy with the progress this project is making. I don't love that it's 3 stories, but I think that this is a far more successful multifamily project than we frequently see. And one of the barriers that we have run into when we review projects is trying to make these multifamily projects match the single family housing around them. And so, Christy, if you can go to the 3D view again. For me, it's really a more abstract understanding of the 360-degree view as it relates to the guidelines. And I'll just use as an example, the porch roof, the lowest roof that we're looking at here. If this is, in the neighborhood of the eave lines across the street on the plaza, that's meaningful. And if it's 5 feet taller than the eave lines across the street on the plaza, that's meaningful too. And that's sort of what I'm getting at with needing that 360-degree information. I definitely don't expect that we will make this look like a single family house, and I don't think it needs to. Is that helpful?
Commissioner Ramsch?
There's to say multifamily house pretty close to my house, across the street from the plaza. It's those apartments. They had a fire a while ago, and I was hoping that was going to get rid of them, but it didn't work. They rebuilt them. That's an example of a really bad, that doesn't work. And I don't know if that's 3-story or 2-story, but that, no matter how high that is, that just doesn't work. And it's well, buffered from the street. And it may be worth, just taking a look at what doesn't work and what is in the neighborhood. And then looking at this and realizing that this, I think, is really an encourageable option.
It's very helpful. We'll count our blessings after looking at that one. Let's all do a field visit between now and next month. Okay, well, I think we put a lot of information out, and it's time to start crafting some sort of motion. It sounds like it's going to be a continuation. So, Damon, are you writing?
Well, I'm not writing, but I know what I said, but I'm not sure that, given that there's a big range of what has been talked about. So for me at this point, I think we need details and street connection and, like Jessica said, 360 in terms of roof lines and how the pedestrian scale of the buildings look. So I'm not sure I'm the right one to do a motion.
Well, it sounds like
But I'd be
you,
happy to try to do something if you
yeah,
guys.
it sounds like you've already started. So why don't you just continue?
Right, so I move to continue.
Yes.
Continue with consideration, with more detail given to the streetscape and the front door and the connection to the sidewalk, with specific drawings of porch depth, connecting sidewalks, and those front yard details. Also, relative heights of porch roofs and the pedestrian scale of those items on surrounding buildings would be really helpful to get a feel for what the pedestrian feels the roof lines to be as we walk past or drive past.
Does anyone have anything they want to add to this? Foundations? What, PJ?
I don't know about add, but I think I'm hearing the only changes they need to make is connect the street to the front door and then provide more information so that we can see, whether it's Zatwell surveys or heights from across the street, just so that we can better see how this 3D picture fits into its surroundings.
Yeah.
Is that what I'm hearing, Damon?
Yeah, and more like, I don't think we have a footprint. I was trying to find a site plan that shows a correct footprint for the new drawings, like how deep the porches are, what the patios look like, those kind of things. Is that on here? See, that doesn't have it. That just shows windows on the front of the buildings. So we just need an accurate footprint of the building on the site and those connecting items from the front door to the street, and a 360 look at elevations of surrounding buildings with dimensions. I don't think the Zatwell may or may not give that to us. I think it does kind of give us front porch roofs, but if the Zatwell does it, that'd be great.
Thanks, Damon. Any friendly amendments for Damon's motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to include tree protection for existing vegetation within the building, within these lots that have been carved out of the estate, and in particular, the hedge areas along Thurmond, making sure that those are protected. I'm a little concerned about penetrating those things. That's going to have to be done. That's going to have to be done very carefully.
I'd love to make that amendment. Thank you. Thank you, Jim.
Okay, Commissioner Henman.
Damon, I'd like to make a friendly amendment that in the request for Zoutwell, the guidelines that we're looking at are height, scale, context, cornices and trim, porches, rhythm. And I'm not sure which, I guess chapter 8 for the site conditions, the relationship of the doors to the streets.
Yes, I'd like to make that amendment. Thank you, Jessica.
Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Walker.
Thank you. I also wonder if it might be worthwhile adding some comment with regard to our level of standard for this type of project, because it is so significantly large. It's not a single home. This represents 2 entire blocks of structures. So we do need to have a bit of a stricter standard on what we would get back from the applicant. I don't know if that's part of the motion, but it is something that we as a commission, are tasked with.
So you're looking for just detail? so we know what we're getting. Is that right? Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
be part of the motion. Considering the
Yes, yes.
size and significance of this project, we have an
Yes.
extraordinary higher level of expectation from
Yeah.
the.
So I would like to add that to the motion, is that given all those things, which have kind of been broad stroke things to get us here, I think before we make a final approval, we need detailed plans. They don't need to be construction plans, but detailed dimensions, detailed plans of what we can expect it to be built like.
Any other friendly amendments before we have Damon repeat what he just?
Oh my God.
Yeah. Hold on, Damon, let me ask, is there an easier way to do this than to have Damon repeat everything?
With help, I'll write it down this time and repeat it if you'd like.
Yeah, sorry, Damon, you have
That's
to
okay.
say it with feeling.
Maybe I can be a little more direct or less wordy. Okay, I move to,
Do you want to take a moment and look at what you have?
well, you mean create what I've got in my head? Yes, that'd be great. Give me a second. Thank
Well, how did you go? Thanks, Damon.
you. Um, All right, I think this is a lot more concise, so, but the dimension part of it, I'm not sure I've got a way to ask for it. So I would move to continue this application for floor plans showing front porches, patios, and walks, and the connection to the street. Also, elevations of the front features of surrounding buildings that will give us heights and features that create the street presence for the other buildings surrounding it. And then just more details and dimensions put to the different items that describe the building. Does that, Jessica, first of all, does that take care of the surrounding features?
I think it does. Anyone who doesn't, please speak up.
And then the dimensions for details, I mean, I think we need a fairly complete set of drawings that kind of describe the building without having to go through floor plans and, detailed interior floor plans and construction drawings. We're not asking for that, but more dimensioned what it's going to be.
Right, and we have Commissioner Hinman.
Hey, Damon, I would really like to add with the Zoutwell context requirements, I would like to add the words height, scale, context, foundation, cornice, porch, rhythm, and Chapter 8 site features.
Another Chapter 8 features. Chapter
Site features, yeah.
8 site features. Okay. All right, I can do this. Now, the detail stuff. Jill, does that answer the detail question, dimensions and stuff like that that you were talking about?
Yeah,
Jill,
guess mine was more of a comment. But, I'm
okay.
fine. Thanks.
Well, I think we do need to know what we're approving. So,
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Damon, did you include the tree plan?
oh yes, I'm sorry, I did not. Tree and landscape protection. Okay, I'm going to read this again. I think I got it.
You're the man, Damon.
All right. Well, this time. Okay. Continue. Move to continue this application for a floor plan showing front porches, patios, walks, and the street connection, including especially the issue with the hedges. A survey of the surrounding elevations of the front features of our surrounding buildings, which would include the height, the scale, the context, the foundation, cornices, porches, rhythm, and other site features as described in Chapter 8. A protection plan for any trees and landscaping that needs to be protected during the construction process, and dimensions put to the drawing so we can understand specific dimensions of roof heights and that if they're not on it already.
All right, Damon Rumpf. Who wants to second that?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Hayden. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Jim Hayden,
Yes.
Phil Goodwin,
Yes.
TJ Henningsen,
Yes.
Crystal Lineberger,
No.
Nichelle Bonaparte,
Yes.
Chris Murin,
Yes.
Damon Rumpf,
Yes.
Jill Walker,
Yes.
Jessica Hinman, I heard it eat. Does that mean yes?
I said yes, sorry.
Okay. Chris Barth,
Yes.
Kim Parati, yes. So motion to continue passes 10-1. Thank you so much. All right, we're going to take a break. Can we
So-
make this one a 10?
Reconvene around 5:08.
Yeah. Okay. And I think we should. Okay, all right. Thank you.
is Jessica. I just had to reconnect my audio. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I was saying not necessarily.
Hi, Jessica. We can hear you. Thanks, Candace.
No problem. Okay, we are going to get started. Commissioners, I believe are all back. Chairwoman Parati. Oh, hold on. Okay. We are going to grab Phil Goodwin, who is in the meeting room with us. In the meantime, maybe you would like to swear in any new attendees. So if there's anyone on the phone who is speaking for or against 1913 Cleveland Avenue, or if you are presenting or the applicant for 1913 Cleveland Avenue, please direct your attention to Chairwoman Parati.
All right, if you'll all raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information that you're about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Hopefully you all responded "I do." All right, thank you.
Couple of housekeeping things. I believe we have two commissioners who are stepping out of the meeting at 6 o'clock, Krista Lineberger and Chris Mern. And then I believe, Kim, you also have an announcement.
I do. So seeing as how we have about 2 hours, less than 2 hours left, we're going to cut it off at our 9th case, which is 2000 Charlotte Drive. If you fall if you are 10 through 14, we apologize, but our cases are running longer, as you've, I'm sure, seen. So we will see you in March.
Okay, the next case is, again, 1913 Cleveland Avenue. It's a continuation from January, and the memo outlines the points for continuation. At this time, I'm going to turn it over to the applicants and have them, Jennifer and Scott, when you announce yourselves, please state your name and your address for the court reporter, and then you may get started with your presentation.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Ray, 1913 Cleveland Avenue. Scott, do you want to introduce yourself? Scott, are you on mute? Okay, I'll just go ahead and go.
Scott Ray, 1913 Cleveland.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. We are back today with an updated design for our workforce housing apartment building at 1913 Cleveland Avenue. We are excited to share the updated, improved design. We would like to start with the slide titled Updates Since January Meeting. Yep, that one. The photo on the right shows the January design, and the photo on the left shows our updated design. There seemed to be an overall sentiment from the commission and neighbors that the architecture of our previous design felt too simplistic and industrial for the neighborhood. We appreciate that feedback and have incorporated several changes to create a more traditional style, as is typical of historic brick homes in Dilworth. We have updated all the roof, window, and door trim materials and color scheme to a light colored stone and/or EIFS-like material. The band between the second and third floors has been updated from brick to a light colored stone or EIFS-like material, and a second band has now been added between the basement and the first floor levels. The 30 balconies along the left side elevation have been enlarged and now include decorative corbels below. We feel all of these details have really made a dramatic difference in breaking up the brick massing of our elevations. We know that there was a desire from the commission and the neighbors to create a more friendly entrance to the building that had better interaction with Cleveland Avenue. We have taken that feedback and completely redesigned our front elevation to incorporate a full front porch. The width of the porch is now 30 feet, and the porch now incorporates traditional Dilworth-style brick columns and light-colored stone and/or EIFS-like accents. We've removed the taller section of the roof to bring down the height of the right side of the building. There's a substantial bump out on the front elevation now and 4 substantial bump outs on the left side elevation. The building is certainly not a simple rectangle. Staff has indicated there are still questions with the roof form. We do not understand these concerns as the flat roof style is both typical of the majority of historic apartment buildings and of modern day apartment buildings. You also have a precedent in the Kingston on West townhomes in Wilmore. That multifamily new construction project was approved with a flat roof design and was approved using your current guidelines. We feel the extensive trim and corbel details and the jogs we have incorporated into the roof design should make this an acceptable roof design. We would also point out that this roof design will allow all of the HVAC units to be hidden from sight when looking at the building from the street or from neighboring properties within the historic district. Another noticeable change we've made is decreasing the width of a portion of the building. Just past the front porch, extending past the entry to the basement garage, the width has been decreased to 39 feet. The remainder of the building varies in width from 41 feet to 43 feet. Our lot coverage is now less than 75%. With typical single-family homes in Dilworth covering 40 to 50% of their lots, we feel 75% is certainly a very reasonable lot coverage for an apartment building. If this is not acceptable, we do not understand how diverse housing options will ever be viable again within Charlotte's historic districts, especially in Dilworth. Next slide, please. This next slide gives a closer high-resolution look at the planned details of our building. We certainly feel the details and extensive trim we are including on the building have a very high-end feel and certainly fit within the context of historic Dilworth. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides show our side and rear elevations. In the interest of cost at this stage of the approval process, we don't have high-resolution renderings of all elevations. So we realize the details are a little harder to see in the flat 2D side and rear views of the building. Hopefully you can see that level of detail in our high resolution front and left side images and transfer that when you visualize the other portions of the building. I will remind everyone that the right side of the building is not visible from the street due to the close proximity to the Tremont. We are incorporating more space between our new building and the Tremont than currently exists, but unfortunately the Tremont was built almost directly on the lot line, so additional side yard beyond 5 feet is not feasible for any construction on our lot. Next slide, please. The next slide is a basement level site plan view of the building. Elevations are noted on the slide so you can see there's significant fall from front to back, hence our basement foundation design. Next slide, please. I would now like to turn to the slide titled Relationship to Cleveland Avenue. As I mentioned earlier, we've removed the taller tower-like portion of the roof that was in our previous design. All of the building's roof lines will now be lower than any portion of the Tremont's various roof ridges. Our building certainly represents a step down from the Tremont to transition towards the properties along Worthington Avenue. I would also like to remind everyone of the topography of this block of Cleveland Avenue. The elevation of the sidewalk between our property and the Tremont is nearly 10 feet or an entire story lower than the sidewalk in front of 300 East Worthington Avenue. Next slide, please. I would now like to discuss our relationship to the properties along Worthington Avenue. I would first like to remind everyone that the properties along Worthington are not multifamily properties, nor do we actually face these properties. Therefore, we do not feel this should be considered our primary context. While we understand the left side of our building is very visible from the street, the idea that it actually faces historic properties is not an accurate portrayal. The left side of our building shares an alleyway with the rear yards of 4 properties along Worthington. The top left photo on the slide shows the current view from the sidewalk between the 2 middle properties of the 4. As you can see, the view is completely wide open now from these properties to the side of the Tremont. Building our proposed building would only change this view to now see the side of a different multifamily building. Our building will be lower than that building and has more detail and will have higher end, more durable materials. The top right photo shows the view of the back of these Worthington properties. This is certainly not a historic looking single family row of homes. Most of our view from our building is a gravel parking lot for 2 businesses. I would also like to point out the bottom left photo shows the wooded area behind our lot. None of these trees are actually on our lot. Some of the branches may extend a little bit, but there's no actual trees on our lot. This is the winter view of the wooded buffer, so you can imagine it's even more dense other times of the year. Next slide, please. This slide gives a bird's eye view of our block and the surrounding multifamily properties within historic Dilworth. While these 3- and 4-story buildings are not historic, most of them were approved by the historic district and should absolutely be able to be considered as the overall context for our property. Next slide, please. The word transition was mentioned several times during the January meeting. We certainly realize we are a transition between the Tremont and the Worthington properties, and we certainly feel we are very much respecting that transition by incorporating the level of detail we are including on our left side elevation. What we feel is missing from this discussion is the acknowledgement that our entire block needs to be looked at as a transition between South End and historic Dilworth. South End is very quickly becoming a highly dense urban area. The view from our property is now a 23-story building several blocks away. Another 23-story building will break ground later this year directly in front of that one, even closer to our property. Our property is truly the very edge of Dilworth Historic District, and we feel our proposed building is perfectly appropriate in size, scale, and massing for our context. I would also like to address some comments made at the January meeting that stated that our property should be looked at as a precedent for other TOD properties in the district. There are more than 30 other parcels in the Dilworth Historic District that were rezoned last year by the city of Charlotte. We are the only parcel that has a 4-story building within the historic district right next door. Our context is completely different than the other TOT properties in the district, and so we ask that you please only consider our specific context when reviewing our project. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to hearing your feedback on our updated design.
All right, thank you so much, Jennifer. Do we have anyone on the, we have people on the phone wanting to speak, so.
Yes. I believe Ken and Lucy Rayner, are you with us?
We are.
Ken and Lucy, have you been sworn in?
We have.
Okay, perfect. All right.
You're
up.
All right, my name is Ken Rayner, and Lucy and I live at 229 East Worthington, and we own the property, which is 300 East Worthington, which backs up to the proposed project.
Ken, I hate to interrupt you, but we cannot really hear you, and the court reporter needs to be able to hear to record this. So any way you can get closer to your speaker or microphone, rather. Hello?
Yes, do you hear me better now?
Oh, that is so much better. Thanks, Ken.
Anyway, Lucy and I live at 229 East Worthington, and we own the lot at 300 East Worthington. And I guess it's almost like a replay of last time is how I look at this. The first thing I would say, though, is I do appreciate the time and effort that the commission puts into these applications. Beyond that, I would just note that Lucy and I object to this project. We object to it because we do not think it follows the guidelines for the commission. And it violates, in my opinion, or our opinion, a lot of the guidelines, including those about the size and mass and context and roof details. Again, I've submitted a little PowerPoint presentation. If I could ask Ms. Hartz to put that on the screen. And the first thing, if we're on slide 1, this is the the application, the old application. And the new application has a similar view of their project that is misleading in the sense of the context, because you know, the depiction that they have in both the old and the new present application has this building surrounded by all this green space, and there's all this open space. And of course, that's not where this building is going to be located. If I could have you go to the second slide. You know, this is the actual location of their proposed building. And it would be nice if they had done, I think what one of the commissioners asked last time, that is put a depiction showing that building within the context of the existing houses and the Tremont, you know, so you could see how this would relate better. And, you know, we are looking at a project that, as Ms. Ray said, is going to take it, she said 75% of this lot. We don't know that because, again, they have not provided any kind of dimensions to the length of the project. But we know that portions of it are going to be 43 feet wide on a 50-foot wide lot. You know, it's going to be, according to some of the materials they have produced, it's going to almost occupy in length the entire width, entire length of the lot. And the other thing, just to put it in perspective, you see the alleyway in this photograph. Their proposal is to set their building on top of the edge of that alleyway. That line, by the way, is the rear property line for my lot and about the 3 or 4 houses that are shown in this photograph. In other words, that alleyway lays on top of our property line. So they are putting their building on the property line of the adjacent owner's property. So again, just to put all that in scale, you know, so it would have been nice that they put this rendition, including these properties. And also it would have been nice if they had shown you the view from Worthington through the space between the houses, so you could have seen what this would look like from Worthington, as well as the backyards of these houses. And quite frankly, to me, it still looks like a 5-story brick wall is about the best way I can describe it. And that certainly is not in keeping with the other buildings in this neighborhood. So that's why I contend that it's out of context. There are a lot of examples of multi-family buildings in Dilworth, and they look nothing like the one that is being presented to you. If I could go to the next slide, please. Again, this is one down on East Boulevard, and this is probably the closest to what they are trying to do. But even this building, you'll notice the scale and size of this building, how it sits on the lot. There's plenty of green space around this building, so it doesn't just overwhelm the lot and the whole neighborhood, the presentation. And you can see how it has not just minor changes in the face of the building, but pretty major changes in the face of the building, and as well as the roof. If we could go to the next slide, please. And again, this is another view of that same building. As you can see, even on the side of the building, they're making space between it and the street and room for the sidewalk. If you could go to the next slide, please. Again, this is down at 818 East Kingston Avenue. Again, I think this is a beautiful building, and you can see it's a great example of a very interesting roof line. The changes in the face of the building, the there is landscaping and space between it and the street. You know, on their building, they have not provided a proposed landscaping plan, but it looks like there's going to be no landscaping because there's really no space for any landscaping. But again, this is the kind of building that fits into Dilworth. And just to put this in perspective, you can see how tall this building is relative to the residences around it. It fits in with the neighborhood. If we could go to the next one, please. This is another example of multi-use buildings, again, with big porches and that welcome people to interact with neighbors on the sidewalk. This is at 1724 Garden Terrace. We could go to the next slide, another view of that building. And it's interesting, both this building and the first one I showed you is down on East Boulevard, which is a much heavier trafficked street. You know, it was 4 lanes at one point. The next one, slide 8. This is, to me, this is the, you know, the model of multifamily buildings throughout Dilworth. It's a quadruplex. Lucy and I used to live beside one on Fountain View. This one's at 705 East Kingston Avenue, I believe. And the important thing to notice here is how it fits on the lot. There's space, empty space on that lot for landscaping. You know, it fits in well with the house beside it. It has roof lines that reflect the architecture, the historical architecture of the neighborhood. The next building slide, please. This is a project that the petitioners tried to use as an example last time to support their project. I say it actually contradicts their project, and the reason being is, you know, this building incorporates green space. It does not occupy every inch of the property or 75% of it. There's plenty of green space both within that courtyard as well as between the front of the building and the street. And again, that's you know, classic of the context of Dilworth. And of course, this is the Myrtle apartment building, now condominium. We go to the next slide, please. To me, this is a new project where you can see the builders of this project did try to kind of fit their building into the concepts in the context of the neighborhood. This is over on Dilworth Road East, by the way. If we could go to the next slide. Again, another quadruplex, you know, a little more simple than the first one, but again, looks, you see how it doesn't use up all of the space. It's pretty similar to the house beside it, and it fits in well with the adjoining houses in the neighborhood. If you could go to the next slide, please. Another example, this is down further on Tremont, another quadruplex. You'll see, you know, a very interesting roof line. You'll see the front porches that, you know, kind of open the residents to interaction with the neighborhood. And as you can see, it's not very much bigger and does not use more of the lot than the structure beside it, which is a house. And then the next slide, please. I think, you know, this slide just really, to me, dramatically shows the difference in their building and how it does not fit in with the context of the neighborhood and how it's not typical of multifamily buildings in the street. I mean, sorry, in the neighborhood. You know, look at a lot of different things about this, including the roof lines, the difference in the way the building is has different features to it, as well as the use of the green space. And so, you know, by the way, you know, this is the bottom left would be the view that people owning any of those about 4 properties on East Worthington would have directly in their backyard. And I just don't think that is fits in with the context of the the neighborhood. So, you know, the bottom line to me is this project violates so many of your guidelines. It just does not fit in with the feel of the neighborhood. And, you know, I've heard a lot about precedent here today, both in your presentation about the Van Landen Estate property. And I've heard Ms. Ray talk about precedent that y'all have set. You know, I would encourage you to be careful that you don't set a precedent with the adoption, or I'm sorry, approval of this application that later will be used against neighbors who are trying to oppose similar structures. And the point I would make, if you approve this structure, how could you then stop me from building a brick block on 300 East Worthington? How would you stop me from doing the same thing? Because then I could say, well, look what you approved in my backyard. Similarly, what would stop anybody from putting together an assemblage of 3, 4, 5 lots on Worthington, starting with 300 East Worthington, and want to build another block like this? What would, how would you then say to anybody that retorted, look, you approved this in the backyard. There's already 1 square block building. Let's do another one, so that now all of Worthington has a similar type project. And surely that's not the context of this neighborhood, but that would be the precedent that you would be setting. And one thing is, I think y'all realize, just because Todd zoning allows this building doesn't mean it meets your guidelines, and it doesn't mean that you have to set a precedent that later will be used to build similar structures in on Worthington, or structures like we see, I call it the invasion of Cherry, you know, more modernistic buildings that don't reflect the historical character of the neighborhood. And we see that happening in neighborhoods that don't have the protection of a historic district commission like Cherry. So, folks, there was some talk about transition. It is unfortunate, I think, that the Tremont is being used as a precedent. This lot that the Rays own would make there is I think a great way, or many great ways, they could build a building there that would be a great transition between the Tremont and then these residential structures that exist on Worthington, including the one that Lucy and I had got approval to build. There's a great opportunity, and I'm sure the Rays could come up with something that would work on that property that would be more appropriate for the neighborhood. It would not be, I'm sure, the return on investment that they are hoping to get from this building, which to me is simply a warehouse of small apartments that occupy almost every inch of that property. But the return on investment may not be as great, but I'm sure there are projects they could do there. But I would just kind of end by saying this building does not meet your guidelines on size, massing, roof features. And so Lucy and I would ask that you deny this application so that you do not set a precedent that you will regret later on, and one that will be used against neighbors who are trying to preserve the historical character of this neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. All right, do we have anyone else on the line?
Yes,
Okay.
John and Karen Fletcher.
John and Karen, okay. John and Karen, have you been sworn in?
Yes, we have.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah,
The floor
John's
is
not,
yours.
yeah, John's not
Okay.
going to make it, and I did not have anything prepared, and he got called away suddenly. But we will just say that we support the comments that Ken has made, and our biggest concern is the massing. I think Jennifer mentioned it only consumes 75% of the lot. But again, if any homeowner in Dilworth attempted to utilize 75% of the lot, I think it would immediately be rejected. So I guess, are we going to make an exception for an apartment building? I think that's one additional point. And as Ken pointed out, is this the first of many to come? So I think in addition to Ken's comments, and I think Rick Cohen was gonna make some comments about the proximity to his lot. So
Okay.
other than that, that's all we've got.
All right, thank you so much, Karen.
Rick Cohen is next.
All right, Rick, have you been sworn in?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you. The floor is yours.
Okay, Rick Cohen, I'm the resident at 1912 Euclid Avenue, and my property backs right up to the proposed project. The back line of my lot is pretty much the whole back line of their lot. So kind of in the interest of time, I'm really going to focus on size and massing. I think Ken did a great job of talking, I think, in a lot of ways around the context and how the proposed project doesn't fit in with the context of the neighborhood. And on size and massing, I think, the HDC in the previous meeting when this came up last month noted the deficiencies with regard to size and massing, but it seems like the revised application didn't address most, if any, of their concerns. Again, the one thing it seemed to do was put another band and change the color of from brick to stone of the other band. Other than that, it which seemed to me to be very minor adjustments in the look of the massing, and almost no adjustment that I could see from the revised application in the size of the massing. So regarding both size and massing, again, I want to first kind of remind the commission and put it out there that the guidelines are clear, that the standards, they fit in with the historic character of the neighborhood. And Ms. Rhea, when she went through, kept talking about the Tremont, kept talking about South End, showed a bunch of things that showed structures that are not the historic character of the neighborhood. Now, I'd hope to be able to see in the application, and I think the commissioners asked for it, what the building's relationship was to the historic buildings that are in the adjacent properties, along Worthington and along, maybe also my house and some other houses that back up to it. I think, I don't know exactly how you pronounce the word, but those Zottweiler renderings, which didn't seem to be in the application that I could see, to try and help visualize it. And I unfortunately did not have, I did find that some of those in prior applications that for various things in the neighborhood, that information was there, but I just didn't have time before this meeting to put together something that really showed, here's the context of, my house and some of the neighbors' houses on Worthington in relation to the huge size of the building. And the best I could do, and that's what this first slide is trying to show. So my little house is the one with all the trees around it in the kind of middle of the picture here. This is from the application that was done back when the Dilworth Court, which is the apartment buildings next to mine, were being proposed. And what I'm trying to show here is my house is about the same size as the house that used to exist next to the Tremont, which is shown in the picture that's all the way on the left of this. And you can see how small that house is in relation to the Tremont. The proposed project is about as tall. I mean, you can see the renderings, the roof line's a little bit below the Tremont, but pretty close to the size of the Tremont. So we're talking about that much difference in the size, from a height perspective in that building, and most of the houses, which are not very tall. I think the only building that's any significantly taller than just a normal single family home that's historic, again, just looking at the historic, is Bonterra, and I think, you know, again, the difference there is still great, because the Bonterra is, you know, maybe 2.5 stories, and we're talking about something that's I guess I'd call it 4.5, 4 and 5 stories tall. So the difference is to me significant. And, you know, if this project was looking at being, let's say, 2.5 stories, I think it would be much more in line. And again, I think to Ken's point, you know, I think you could still do a project that was, I'll say, 2.5 stories, and which would fit more in with the neighborhood, and still have, you know, a return on investment that would be acceptable to a lot of people. So again, my point is that when we're looking at this from the context of the historic character of the neighborhood, it in no way, shape, or form fits in with the historic character of the neighborhood. I know it's very difficult to sort of ignore that Tremont is so huge, but we need to ignore it in terms of looking at this from the guidelines. I think the guidelines are very clear on that. And I will also, just while I'm on that point, is point out again, echo Ken's point, that if you approve something this huge and massive, you're creating that issue of everybody else looking at it. You know, I know Ken, I know John, we could put our properties together and get a developer, you know, with Todd to come in and build something huge on our combined properties, and we'd probably get a much better return on our you know, property value and sale by doing that than trying to, you know, stay in our single family homes, especially if we have this brick monolith right behind, you know, in my backyard that, you know, is basically a 5-story brick wall in my backyard. And you know, right now you already have that issue with people looking at the Tremont and saying, well, look, the Tremont, that's what happened with Dilworth Court. You know, we had, you know, we agreed to, you know, kind of a compromise at the end of the day, but that the developer on that and the developer on the project that was proposed beforehand that was ultimately denied after, I think, 11 or 12 months of back and forth with the commission, was always look at the Tremont, look at the Tremont. Now the current commission has a good argument in saying Tremont would not be approved under the current guidelines. And also that even the other things, the Dilworth Court and the other apartment building, which I can't remember the name of, that's along Tremont, that's between Dilworth Court and the Tremont, were approved under the old guidelines. So this will be sort of a real important one for the commission to be able to, you know, because people will go and say, well, look at what was approved before. And even though the guidelines will still say historic character, that seems to be a very difficult thing for the commission or for people to be able to say, you know, it fits in context when there's some I'll call it odd buildings that probably should never have been approved that are sitting there. So I think it is important to Ken's point that we, you know, do something that we think really is the model we want the neighborhood to grow on, and not something that's going to cause, you know, what we've seen in the block of Tremont and Worthington that we're looking at, which is the continued deterioration and removal of contributing structures, you know, because again, back when we were looking at the Dilworth Court, there were, I think, 7 contributing structures along that's the side of Tremont and Worthington where the Tremont sits, and now there's 0. So, you know, I think that's important to keep in mind. If we can go to the next slide. So this is again from the application for the Dilworth Court. Again, just trying to show, if you sort of consider that, and again, I apologize that I don't have anything better, but again, the information that I think was requested wasn't included in the current application. But if you consider that the Tremont is basically the size of the proposed project, here's a little bit of the context of some single family homes as compared to the Heights. And again, it's just, you know, completely dwarfing in the size of the existing buildings. And again, Ken showed some good examples of multifamily units that do not completely dwarf the surrounding residential properties. Let's see. Yeah, if we can go to the next slide. Again, that's so this view I wanted to show. So first up at the top, you know, this is their building that's showing sort of the footprint on the lot. But again, it doesn't really provide a whole lot of information. I'm hoping to understand how far this thing sits from my back property line. And while it's sort of drawn in there, there's no measurements, there's no scale. I believe the commission asked for these numbers. You know, what are the setbacks? What does the side yard look like? And none of that's provided. And again, I don't know where this sits in relation to the alley or any of the other, you know, in terms of trying to know really how big is this footprint, how much of the lot does it take up. So that's the first thing. The other thing I kind of wanted to show on this photo is you can see, you know, down in the actual sort of satellite photo, you know, the trees and the greenery, you know, as the applicants mentioned, there's currently not a whole lot of greenery on their property as it exists, but there is some. But then you see most of the greenery in that area comes from my property. But you can also see that the Dilworth Court and the other apartment building that there is green space there, despite the size and the amount of room they take up on the lot. And actually, even the Tremont, as massive as it is, and you can't really see it very well here, there is you know, the courtyard, and there is some green space, you know, kind of at least from a high level view in that lot. And again, we're talking about getting rid of all that green space, putting in basically a 5-story wall, you know, again, a kind of I'm thinking of it as the Dilworth monolith. And I'm quite frankly thinking that will tower over the trees on a lot of my property, and probably some of the ones close to that won't be getting the sun they need. And I imagine some of those trees are going to end up dying and coming down. So I'm worried about it just from that perspective. You know, and again, you can see that none of the contributing structures, again, ignoring the Tremont, you can see in this picture, none of the contributing structures, again, mostly single family housing, have that kind of footprint, you know, right? They're not taking the you know, the corner to corner of the lot to put a building on there. There's a lot of green space. And again, in my view, the historic character of Dilworth, you know, at the most high level is people think of the nice big old trees in Dilworth. And, you know, if we keep continuing to approve these kind of projects, you can just see, like, if my property was combined with a couple of those properties that back up to me from Worthington, and we put a big, you know, multifamily house with, you know, or multifamily, you know, building with no green space, and just took all the things, that suddenly, you know, that whole block is gone of trees. And it's a rolling thing, because once it happens in one area, you know, it drives away the residents in you know, the residential people in that area that are adjacent, because they don't want to live next to that, and it just gets worse and worse. So again, I think we need to approach this thing with caution. Let's see, what else did I want to mention? Yeah, so again, just to kind of go back to the picture that's on of the back of the building, you know, I think one of the commissioners last time said something like, you know, that this is let's see, it's enormous walls, 4 stories high, with very little fenestration, differential, or detail, particularly on the south and rear elevations. And nothing has changed. I mean, it's still this huge thing. Now it's got this one different colored ridge on it, and that's about it. Other than that, it's going to be a huge brick wall. And again, I'll call it the Dilworth monolith. So in summary, I mean, I think that this, you know, from a size and massing perspective, it doesn't meet the guidelines. It's completely out of context with the historic, again, the historic character of the neighborhood. So when we look at it in that context, which is the context that the HGC, and my understanding of the guidelines, needs to look at, it doesn't fit in, and it's not even close. And that's why my recommendation to the commission is that this application be denied, because, you know, it seems like it's a waste of our time to be having these little small, also say architectural details changed, you know, when my understanding from the comments of the commissioner last time was that there's some significant changes that need to be made. My understanding is that if you deny the application can't come back to the commission unless staff decides that there are significant changes. And so my note to the commissioners is, if you agree that this needs significant changes in order to be compliant with guidelines, you know, for example, we think it needs to be more in the 2.5 story tall instead of the 4.5 story tall, that you go ahead and reject the application today rather than continuing it and continuing to take a lot of our time to not get the information that was requested, you know, from the previous meeting, and to get only small cosmetic changes and not the changes that the commission is looking for. Thanks.
Thank you, Rick. And why don't we clarify? Christy, do you want to clarify for the people watching what it means to deny an application?
Yes, thank you, Kim. Denials just mean that there is a 2-month waiting period before the commission will hear the case again. There is no test of change that needs to be met, and there's no, staff does not have any control over which applications do or do not come before the commission. All applications for projects that staff cannot approve at the administrative level are automatically sent on to the commission. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else wishing to speak for or against this application?
We do. Benson, okay?
Okay. All right. Benson?
Hey, yes, can you guys hear me?
We can. Have you been sworn in, Benson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, perfect. The floor is yours.
Thank you for taking time to listen to my concerns, along with the other neighbors. I think I've spoken with pretty much all the neighbors in the block and the area, and you mean unanimous? I mean, it's unanimous that everyone really opposes it. And I think there's a lot of issues with the design, and you know,
Benson, sorry. Before you move on, will you, in addition to giving your name, give your address, please?
Oh, yeah,
For the court
sorry.
reporter, it's okay?
I'm at 321 East Worthington Avenue.
All right,
Okay.
please
Yeah.
continue.
And so I think, you know, I just want to talk about, basically, we want to just speak generally, then get to specifics, and then get back general again. But just generally, you know, the way the Rays started the presentation, talking about kind of the transition of this building being a transition from South Boulevard and South End to Dilworth, I think is an extremely important point, and one that I think the district, you guys, and you know, listening to you all kind of off and on all day, because not really understanding that Christy was going to clue us into when we were going to start. But I mean, y'all do a great job considering all these things. And I think I understand where the Rays are coming from. If, you know, if I was developing something on that parcel, I'd probably think about it similarly from their perspective. Looking at the neighboring Tremont, it looks as though, okay, we're building something similar to what the Tremont projects. One of the kind of major issues that I think kind of contradicts that idea that this is kind of similar to what the Tremont has done, and probably why kind of the Tremont essentially probably got the approval in the past, was one, the Tremont is, it doesn't neighbor any single family lots. It doesn't neighbor, if you look at the way it projects onto Worthington, there's still the Rays lot in between it, and I think thinking about transitioning and the district's kind of goal to keep neighboring buildings kind of similar in size, scale, and massing, it seems to me, and I understand I understand Ken Rayner's point that there seems to me that the district would want a transition in size, scale, and massing from the size of the Tremont to the size of what they expect single family or similar, other neighboring properties. And that if you build this property at this size and the way it's massed and scaled and sized, then, if I was Ken Rayner, I would just build the exact same thing next door. Then I don't know what stops him from building that next door. It's less, it doesn't make as much sense for him to place a single family home next to that building. And then I don't know what stops kind of that rolling into the rest of the neighborhood. And so if there was if the district was kind of committed to making sure that those buildings and the size kind of transitioned appropriately, then I think that's the only thing that really prevents the whole neighborhood or the whole block from changing into a block that looks like 301 Tremont. Because the Rays are next door to the Rays lots next door to 301. So okay, build a similar building. And then if you continue that line of logic, like to the point that Mr. Cohen put out, then yeah, you eventually, all the lots would look similar because, the economic incentive would be there to essentially just maximize the value, but it wouldn't necessarily adhere to what the historical context of what Dilworth kind of looked like and what kind of makes Dilworth unique in the city of Charlotte. And so I think it's tempting to kind of look at just the Tremont, and then also to think about the urban development in South End and those big buildings that are going up across the street from South Boulevard. I think really the only thing standing in the way of the neighborhood changing dramatically is basically this district's kind of decision making about specifically this situation. And so, I agree. I love development. We love seeing new things come up around our neighborhood and just the neighborhood in general in the area. But I do think like significant consideration or significant change would be needed to make this building kind of make sense in the context. And if the district was kind of inclined, and if the commission was kind of inclined to approve this, I would recommend that they actually do a site visit and look at the area and think about what it would look like. Because it may, some of these depictions, having lived here, walked, along this stretch, countless times, I think the depiction in the presentation from the Rays is a little misleading as to what the impact visually neighboring the other lots would have. I don't think the depiction really does it justice because, and I'll get into more specifics. The massing, even in Tremont, if you look at the Tremont building, I don't know if there's one of the slides that has a good like bird's eye view of the Tremont building, but it doesn't, there's some green space on that lot. There's some open space in the lot of the Tremont that it kind of gives it a little bit more of a footprint on the lot where it doesn't take up, it seems to leave some kind of open space, which seems to be more historically contextual than just kind of putting a kind of solid rectangular block that fills up most of the lot. I think also if you think about like the spacing between, and we don't have specific dimensions, of course, and so I think I find that amazing to try to consider an approval for a design without having the specific dimensions, because I think that's kind of extremely instructive and really will kind of bring out some of the issues. And one, it looks like the space between the Tremont and the Rays proposed building will be something that's kind of would be, if approved, something that would be very unique to the Dilworth community, to have like two extremely tall buildings like that, about 4 or 5 stories neighboring each other, it just seems like that type of spacing between the two buildings, kind of removing any of the light that would be there in the front right corner of the raised proposed building, it seems to be out of context of the historical construct. The other thing, kind of the other specifics, I see that don't really seem to have significant change is the roof form. I mean, that flat roof form doesn't appear to have kind of any of the modulation or articulations that's typical in some of the other historic houses and even multifamily units that I think Ken did a good job of bringing us some examples. If there are significant examples, I'd love to see those and compare those. But just from my experience, it doesn't seem like there's much that's essentially similar to that type of form. I think also, I'm concerned. I know initially, like in the previous presentation that they had, and in their presentation now, where they depict some of that green space, it looks like the green space they're using, and I think that helps it make it look better. Which I mean, to their credit, it's something that whoever designed it thought that it wouldn't make it look better, or else they wouldn't include it in their depiction. But I think much of that green space comes from neighboring lots. And so I think, if we're going to consider that depiction of the proposed building, then that landscape and kind of the dimensions and position of some of that landscaping and that green space, should be included to really kind of accurately consider what the visual impact will be in the neighborhood, in the community. And so those are pretty much the specifics that I think kind of prevent this from getting approval from the board based on the board's rules and their guidelines that are set forth. The massing, the dimensions, the size, the scale, the roofing, and then the impact the building will have on the historical context in the neighborhood. And then I just want to, reiterate the point that, I think if you approve this building in this mass and this scale and at this size, and again, I'm all for development, I'm all for, and I would love to see something nice and new be built there. I think most of the neighbors would support that. But I think if you do approve something like this in next to 301 Tremont, with that being the primary kind of consideration point, the comparison to 301 Tremont I think is why this wasn't denied initially, because sitting right next to it, it looks kind of similar in size and scales to Tremont. I think by kind of not holding as much weight, or kind of not valuing as much the impact of the neighboring lot to the north of it, Mr. Rayner's lot, and the other lots that are adjacent to the raised lot on the other side, not the Tremont side, then I'm really concerned that as there are the Rayner's empty lot, and then there's some other small businesses that are in they're fashioned in single family homes, but they're small little businesses. I'm concerned that the natural evolution of that block and this area would be to make similar buildings all throughout the block. And I think this is an area where because I know the rules and the guidelines say that you guys always try to consider neighboring structures when approving. And I think if you always essentially approve the size and scale with the bigger structure next door, then I'm just concerned that there's not really anything in the guidelines then that prevents the neighborhood from looking like other neighborhoods with large buildings that kind of go next, like just go off in rows. I think you're going to eventually just lose the traditional historic nature of that area of the neighborhood. And so I would recommend that, that significant changes and a significant transition to the basically the massing of that building be required for it to be approved in that area.
Thank you so much, Benson. All right, do we have additional? I'm sorry. Okay, Ellen. So Christy is busy switching out her mics. Ellen, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can, yes. Have you been sworn in?
I have, yes.
Okay, perfect. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm Ellen Citarella. I live at 322 East Kingston Avenue. I serve on the Dilworth Community Association Board as the land use chair. Excuse me. The board looked over the changes made to this proposal at our monthly board meeting last week and voted unanimously to issue the following statement. After reviewing the revised proposal of HDC 2020-00633 for 1913 Cleveland Avenue, the DCA has the following comments. The revised proposal did not address the issues raised in the hearing on January 13th by the commissioners and the HDC staff, which were massing, roof form, height and width, scale, and landscaping. This revision did not include a requested site plan with dimensions of the building footprint, or an exhibit illustrating the proposed building behind the existing properties on East Worthington and Euclid. The DCA position to oppose application HDC 2020-00633 in its current form remains unchanged. Speaking personally, I want to thank you all for the time you spend meticulously studying not only this application, but all of the applications you discuss every single month. We appreciate the work you do to preserve the historic designation of our districts. Thank you. Hello?
Hello?
Did you hear me?
We can hear you. Is this still Ellen? Ellen,
Yeah,
you're
this is all, that's all I had. That's all I
Okay.
had.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we don't have additional callers. Jennifer and Scott, I'll let you speak to the issues that have been raised.
Yeah, I have a
Or
couple
we can
points.
go, okay, all
I have a
right.
couple of points I'd like to make, and then I'll turn it over to Scott. While we understand workforce housing may not be what the neighbors visualize for their backyards.
Jennifer?
Yes.
Jennifer?
Yes.
We can't hear you, so if you could get closer to your mic, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now. And if you will keep your comments, being told by our attorney, if you'll keep your comments directed to the guidelines, we don't have to talk about workforce. That's not part of our purview. That would be great. So let's focus on the guidelines and the points that were raised pertaining to those.
Okay. While we understand multifamily housing may not be what the neighbors visualize for their backyards, we feel strongly the project and the massing of.
Jennifer,
Yes.
we cannot
Yes.
hear you. And if you'll slow down, our court reporter needs to be able to hear you. So we need you to speak loudly, clearly, and slowly, please.
Can you hear me now?
Thank you. One more time. Perfect.
Okay. While we understand that the multifamily housing and the larger project may not be what the neighbors visualize for their backyards, we feel strongly the project and the massing of our project should be allowed when looking at the full context of our surroundings. I'll also point out that this is not a rezoning hearing. Many of the neighborhood concerns feel like they relate to zoning and use, not to how the character of our building relates to the character of the neighborhood. As the commissioner stated earlier today, the primary mission of the HDC is to preserve the historic character of the neighborhood. We certainly will have extensive landscaping, but we are not at that stage of the approval process yet, but we can certainly provide our landscape plans in the next round. Most of the building will sit 4 to 6 feet off of the alleyway. The 4 jogs will be more in the 2 to 3 foot spacing range from the alleyway. But it certainly does not sit on top of the alleyway. And to keep in mind, the alleyway is our side yard, not our rear or front yard. As far as precedents, completely different zoning, different streetscapes, and different topography is what stops this same size building from being built on any neighboring lots. Our building is honestly a blip in scale to the Tremont. Our height is lower, and it's over 40 feet. It's 40 feet of width for that height, not 200 feet of width like the Tremont. So we certainly are a transition from that building to the homes on Worthington. And finally, I would love to ask for any precedent in your approval process for requiring detail on the relationship between a proposed project and what sits behind it on a completely different street. As I watched the special HDC meeting a few weeks ago and the review of the new single family home on Mount Vernon, I was struck by the fact that you have the opposite scenario there, where due to topography, the single family homes along Mount Vernon are sitting what feels like several stories higher and in very close proximity to Myrtle Square, which is a historic landmark multifamily property in Dilworth. No mention was made of that relationship or any concern with what the back of the garage looked like from view of Myrtle Square. So I would ask why there is so much concern for multifamily's effect on single family, but no concern for single family effect on multifamily. And I'll turn it over to Scott for more comment.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We hear you, Scott. Thank you.
I want to say thank you to all the neighbors for coming and speaking. I know how difficult it can be to speak. So I really appreciate them taking their time out of their day. I know they're busy. So I just want to speak to Ken Rayner's point about the alleyway. Just like Jennifer said, we have those balconies on that side. So we are several feet away from the actual alleyway. And then there were a lot of large, big words used that I didn't quite understand. But Ken Rayner continued to say that we were using the entire lot. Well, we're using 75% of the lot. I'd like to, if you have a family of 4 and you get an apple pie and you divide it into 4, we're going to eat 3 pieces, but there's still a piece left for the last child. So just to break it down, that's what 75% is. Mr. O'Keefe made some great points. But to his point about the neighbors getting together and creating a building of this size and massing, they're not zoned for that. That's what's going to prevent that. And he is correct that the green space behind us is not ours. It's the neighbor behind. So I heard ROI a bunch, which I know the board doesn't care about, but just to be clear, we could build a 2-story office building with a double the ROI than what we're doing here. So I would say one more thing. I know that everybody or a lot of people, I heard a lot of people, Mr. Rayner, Mr. Cohen, Mr. O'Keefe, he talks about change and change and change. And I think that most people in America right now could agree that we need change, right? And we need significant change and maybe systemic change. And I think what's interesting is that I think most people that have a real intention in their heart, or they say they do, that they want change, they end up being associated with or working for a system, an association, or a board like the historic board that was founded by men who never wanted to see change, and it had nothing to do with architecture or buildings. And so that's important to note, because if the board, like Mr. Cohen said, if the board intends that to believe that we have not made enough changes to our project, that it should be denied, if you guys believe it should be a 2.5-story building, I want to agree with Mr. Cohen. I believe that you should deny this project. I believe that that is your intention in the long run, that you think this is going to be a 2.5-story building. I believe you should deny the project, just like Mr. Cohen said. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer and Scott. Commissioners, questions or comments for the applicants before we close? Commissioner Marin.
Yeah, I have a question for the applicant, or maybe Christy. What's the property that was being called out for approved flat roofs that was under this current guidelines? What's the address?
I believe that's the one we talked about in the workshop.
Okay.
Which is 601, hold on. I think it's 600 West Boulevard. And so that is across South Boulevard and down west in the Wilmore neighborhood.
Oh, that's not in this neighborhood.
No.
Okay. Thank you. Oh, that's okay. I know what we're talking about. Yep. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner Marin. Other commissioners? Any questions? Okay. Commissioner Hinman.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, I'm sure this is consistent with my comments last time, but in the interest of total transparency before we go into deliberation, Christy, can you go to the slide that has the streetscape along Cleveland that says context massing, form, height, width, and scale continued? Yeah, you were just there a minute ago. Yes, slide 238. The value of these Zoutwell surveys that we use so frequently is that they tell us a lot about how all of the guidelines work together. And so I'll use as an example the height guideline. While it is technically a fact that the ridge of the Tremont is higher than the flat roof of this application, this building is taller than the Tremont because we can see where the floor levels line up across the entire lot. There's these dotted lines, this 10-foot line, 20-foot, 30-foot, 40-foot, 50, and 60-foot. And if we drag those across the entire lot, we see all sorts of relationships to the context. The foundation, the window head heights, the various cornice details, the striping of the finished floors, and the height of the building. And so the Tremont recedes at approximately the 35-foot line, and it has towers on the corners. And this building, the whole building is taller than the cornice of the towers on the corners, if that makes sense. And so when we're asking for, in the continuation, it said massing, roof form, height, and width. This is the exhibit where we have all of that information from my perspective. And the other commissioners may have other contributions to that part of the discussion, but those are the things we're looking at in a more abstract way when we're reading about, let's see here, the relationship of the building's various parts to each other, the relationship of the building to those around it in human form, the relationship of the height and width of the building to the project surroundings. It's more nuanced than, you know, the point above sea level of the ridge of a building that is receding significantly in space. And I just want to be really transparent about that because, again, we never want to be disingenuous in our reviews of these projects.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Hinman. All right. Other questions or comments, commissioners, before we close? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, in looking at the updated site plan, there's been a number mentioned several times about 75% of coverage. Just eyeballing this site plan, it looks like there's a lot more coverage than that. How is that number calculated?
I mean, our architects have calculated that for us, but you know, there's the whole 200 feet of depth. There's at least 5 feet on the right side. There's anywhere from 2 to 6 feet on the left side, I believe. And then the rear yard, obviously, and the front yard. So they actually gave me a number of 73%, but threw out 75% just to be cautious.
Okay, thanks, Jennifer. Any other questions before we close? All right, let's close for deliberation. Commissioners, why don't we start with why we continued this application? Let's see here. And I'll just read it out loud. The project does not meet guidelines for new construction as outlined on page 6.1 regarding massing, roof form, height, and width. The motion incorporates all the commission's discussion on the project regarding the concerns and desires to see what happens with this building. Massing, we've had some architectural details added. It has not come down. Excuse me, the highest peak has come down. The width is the same. The roof forms, same. Massing, same. So what say we, Commissioner Barth?
While I appreciate some of the architectural details the architect and the applicants here have incorporated, I think it responds to the streetscape better. You know, some of the things that some of our callers and perhaps some of the commissioners have brought up to, I think are glaring issues, namely the height, how it responds to, again, I want to reiterate the historic context and the historic examples that we find in the neighborhood. You know, I think one of the callers mentioned that we shouldn't be comparing this to the Tremont project, which is 100% correct. Just because there's a 4-story or 4+ story building next door, you know, that should almost not be considered. And I think, you know, one of the commissioners brought up in the last review, seeing, I think particularly in the 3D rendering, seeing some of the context with regard to the architecture as well as the Tremont in relation to the proposed building would have been helpful. I did not see that in this application. Let's go around.
Yeah, okay, Commissioner Murin.
Yeah, I think we went through it last week that unfortunately the Tremont is in the historical district, and we got to kind of react a little bit to that, which I'm not fully on board with. But I think there is one thing that the Tremont does correctly, and looking at that 6.8 number 1 in our guidelines, where it starts to talk about this massing, but more importantly, the directional expression. And number 1 reads, make sure that the directional expression of new residential buildings is compatible with that of surrounding houses in the block. Even housing, talking about, you know, not just houses, but housing, how are these things, these buildings being represented? So quite clearly on slide 238, the Tremont has a horizontal expression, and the applicant and what they're proposing clearly has a vertical kind of bias. So I think as we start looking around the block and looking in the context, that's kind of the itch for me, at least, that I wasn't able to scratch last go around on how this thing is long and narrow and kind of standing up versus what's in the multifamily next to it in the Tremont. And as we slowly go around the block, the house that we're seeing on the left, that's a little bit taller, is a proposed house on slide 238 in the section cut. Even that has more of a horizontal bias when you start to look at its roof line. And its general forms and design within the architectural context of what that house and structure is being designed at. Again, this is something I mentioned last week, looking at 6.5, number 2, in our guidelines, that the use of forms for new construction that relate to surrounding design. I definitely understand where they're pulling the brick, and in this case, the EIFS, which has another conversation that I think we need to have about a material in the district, but nonetheless, looking at those and where that's pulling from in South End, and that not being our historic district. So looking at, you know, traditional roof lines and pitches and dormers and everything else that we're seeing within the context of the block. The flat roof isn't even in this historical district. So I don't see the relevance of tying that to this. And the context that is tying from is in a school that's a couple blocks away from that site, and that's very far away from here. So as far as context for tying it together, I think that's all I got for now.
Thank you, Commissioner Murin. And I would just like to add to that many of our guidelines make comparisons to historic buildings of like purpose. Multifamily to multifamily, single family to single family. And to your point, it does look at the context of the, you know, within the street. And so the Tremont was approved under different guidelines, and it is not historic. So I don't know why we're talking about Todd zoning. Our rules supersede those. I don't know why we're talking about the Tremont as much because it is not historic. It was also approved under previous guidelines. So it's not really helping the case.
Wait, I'm sorry, point of clarification. So we're not to compare this to the Tremont as an approved building in our district?
When we're looking at things like height and width, no, it specifically says, and let me turn to it so I can read it. The height and width of a new building must be compatible with historic buildings within a 360-degree range of visibility. The height of a proposed building should be no taller than the tallest historic building on the block within the 360-degree range. So yeah, we're comparing historic, not new.
Okay, that I misunderstood. I apologize because I thought last time we talked about this that something came out that since it's been approved within the district that it kind of falls under that historic. So I
No.
apologize. I was
Yeah,
operating under bad information.
Well, it's okay because your comments were very helpful and it helps us clarify. We are looking at new buildings being compatible with historic buildings and definitely not buildings that were approved under previous guidelines. Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, thank you, Kim. Yeah, I guess not to belabor the point, and I'll reiterate this just because it needs to be reiterated, but the conflict between Todd and a historic district will never go away. It is something we are all going to have to struggle with. But having said that, the precedent that this sets is very important. As I think the owner mentioned, there wouldn't be the opportunity to do that with the houses on Worthington. Would be the opportunity to do that with parcels in other portions of the historic district that have a similar Todd zoning on them. So we are looking at this very carefully for very good reasons. And the other comment I have is that this particular project backs up to have to go by such strict rules when they want to build an addition or change out windows or do any minor detail changes to their home and or garage, to the extent that we have to respect and owe them some kind of attention in terms of what it is that they're going to be backing up to. It's a big picture that is really hard to wrap our arms around and deal with properly, but it's important that we do it right, especially for this project.
Thank you, Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Barth?
Sorry, I forgot to put my hand down.
Thank you. Commissioner Rumsch?
The Linwood building is, although it may not be historic, is definitely part of the context of the historic district. And even we cannot ignore the fact that it's there and just apply our guidelines as if it wasn't. I believe that the building as it's being presented to us is too high. I think this building should probably a transition height between the Linwood, between the apartments and the residents toward East Avenue. So, and I think that Jessica's point that the building, even though it looks like on this drawing is maybe shorter than the apartments, in fact, because of the size of the stories and all the lining of the different elements of that building, it is taller. I think that this would be an appropriate building if it keeps its flat roof at 3 stories and not 4. But this is a lot that is very, very different than any other lot that we've looked at or probably will look at, and it needs special consideration. So I do think it needs to get smaller, but I don't think we need to completely disregard I kind of like the design. I think it fits nicely. It just needs to be scaled down to the buildings around it.
Thank you, Commissioner Rumsch. Commissioner Henningsen?
I want to add to what Damon was saying. I've been thinking a lot about context with, I feel like that's my theme for this meeting is context. Using the flat roof as an example, right? Are there other buildings within 360-degree context that have that flat roof? My question is, if you venture, I mean, this is right on the edge of the historic district. If you go across South Boulevard to Atherton Mill, which is, I don't know, less than 0.2 miles away, there's architectural details and themes that they're taking from, that could influence, this design. So from a flat roof perspective, because that's big, looking across the street, while Atherton is not in a historic district, it is on the National Historic Register, right? So these are just things I'm kind of thinking about as we keep throwing around context and does it fit in and stuff like that. I mean, that Atherton Mill complex, while it is industrial, has roof lines and examples that would tie into here. That's really close. My second comment is the topology on this lot is incredibly unique. And I think that's really a benefit to the applicant. I mean, if this was completely flat, I think the building height would be a lot lower. Now, saying that, since we are on the edge, with every single multifamily application on the edge has come through, we talk about stepping down and stepping into the neighborhood, right? And stepping into the single family homes. That's what we told Mr. Scruggs today, as well as last year or the year before with his West on Kingston project. The same needs to apply here, right? This building needs to step down and in. How much? I mean, that's not for us. That's not for us to be prescriptive. But once the applicant figures that out, we can weigh in yea or nay. So those are my two comments.
Thank you, Commissioner Henningsen. I sat outside of this property yesterday because, to Benson's point, our commissioners do site visits. It's part of our research. And so, yes, PJ, there is within eyeshot a flat roof. It's outside of the historic district. And to this point, we've been very clear about not looking outside of the district, even when we're on the edge of the district. And so I would be curious as to why that would change now, right? Even though that is, for all intents and purposes, context, visually, it is not context as far as historic in this particular space, in this particular area. It's not on West Boulevard. It's not over there, right? So it's challenging. I think we need to go back to what we ask the applicants to do and see how much of that they have done, because it feels like a challenge to keep saying the same thing over and over again. Why take the time to make notes if they're not considered? Commissioner Hinman.
I think there is actually some context that we can look to here. Across from the Tremont is the Dilworth Dilworth tasting room, which is a 2-story flat roof workforce building that is in the historic district. And then at the corner of Euclid and Tremont, on Google Street View, you can go back and see many, 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 many photos of the Works Progress era historic multifamily that was there before. So I understand that we can't, I understand and agree that we should not be using the new construction as the precedent for these projects, but I do think that there is plenty of context here to draw upon.
Thank you, Jessica.
The other thing I would say is there's not just one version of workforce housing, and I'm worried that we're throwing that term around, that various people are. I mean, this row of houses on Worthington, these small little houses, they were mill houses and they were workforce housing.
Thank you, Jessica. PJ.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify. I wasn't suggesting using, roof forms or context from new construction, but other buildings that that are outside of the historic district, that are close, that are on the National Historic Register. That's all.
Thanks, PJ. Bill?
Yeah, it's been a lot of talk about taking the Tremont into account, whether or not we should do that. And it sounds like we should not do that. It is not a historic structure. However, the Tremont does limit what the owners can do with their property. And as one of the speakers pointed out, can't expect them to build a small structure or maybe even a single family home there. It would be dwarfed next to the Tremont. So the word transition has been mentioned numerous times, and I think that that's very important to have a transition between the Tremont and the adjacent historic homes. And there's been some talk of lowering it 1 story, but this building really reads more as a 5-story building behind the historic homes. So I just feel like there should be some intermediate height between the Tremont and the adjacent historic homes that looks purposeful. Thank you.
Thank you, Phil. Any other comments, commissioners? We're at 20 till 7. And, we have to make a decision about what to do with this application. I'm going to do a round robin and see where everyone is as far as continuing it, denying it, approving it. Okay. Commissioner Hayden?
I'm inclined to deny it because as far as I'm concerned, they didn't do what we asked them to do. We don't see any changes to massing, to height, roof line. They put some cosmetic bands and changed the front porch. That's not enough.
All right. Commissioner Goodwin?
I would recommend denial for the same reasons that Jim just mentioned. Really nothing was done to address our previous concerns.
Thank you. Commissioner Henningsen?
Agree. Deny.
Deny, okay. Commissioner Bonaparte?
I'm in agreement. I do think that there were small things done, but not enough that would sway me to say that we should move forward with this. So I would say we probably need to deny it.
Thank you, Commissioner Bonaparte. Commissioner Murin?
Yeah, can we just, deny, can we just make a motion then?
It's seeming that, I want to see where the majority lies, so.
All right, I'm with the majority so far.
Okay. I'm going to go to our outlier here, Commissioner Rum.
I agree with denying. Michelle is correct, and Jim, I think that they really haven't responded to our request to bring it down or scale it down or bring the massing down.
Okay, so we're at a point where we have a majority, so let's make a motion. A strong motion. Who wants to make the motion?
Not me.
Commissioner Walker? Commissioner Walker?
I can't get my,
Okay, now I can hear you. Now we can hear you.
yeah, I'm sorry. My hand shouldn't be up.
Okay. All right, so who wants to make the motion? Don't all talk at
Well,
once.
I'm gonna need some help though.
Okay, is that
Murin?
Commissioner Murin?
Yeah.
Thank you.
I move to deny this application based on 6.1 regarding massing roof form, height and width, as stated in the meeting notes from last month, and have not been addressed in this application.
We have to talk about today, Commissioner Meehan, so why don't we work as a team for this one? It needs to be airtight. Okay, so.
All right. Can I state what I already called out with 6.5 and 6.8?
Yes, please.
All right. I move to deny this application based on not meeting the following criteria in our guidelines. 6.1 regarding mass roof form, height and width. 6.5 using forms of new construction or forms for new construction that relate to the surrounding design in the district. And 6.8 directional expression of new residential buildings in the district.
Thank you, Commissioner Meehan. Our attorney wants to say something, so just a moment.
Commissioner Meehan, just want to verify, is that the only reasons for your denial? If there are other bases for your denial, as your HDC administrator recommended, I also strongly concur that you need to list those reasons as part of your motion to deny.
Yeah, I need some help. That's what I said in the beginning. So I'm sorry, I didn't take notes on all the numbers.
No, it's okay, Chris Meehan, thank you. Christy wants to say something.
No, I just said, if he's not done, we can pass it on to other people, as
Sure.
we've done all evening.
Yep. So it is a group effort. Do we have friendly amendments to Commissioner Meehan's motion? Commissioner Hinman.
I would add to your height and width reference, guideline 6.6, to your roof form and materials reference, guideline 6.10. I think those cover, with a very broad brush, the continuation before. And I think we're usually pretty transparent in those continuations that we have not reviewed any of the other guidelines because we cannot review them until we resolve these issues.
All right, thank you, Jessica. Accepted by Commissioner Meehan. I have Commissioner Hayden looking at me. Commissioner Hayden? No. Okay, he's looking, not at me. Any other friendly amendments before we move on? We did not get into the details before because we were dealing with the larger issues. So,
Can I say
yes, please.
I think could we apply Secretary of the Interior standards to this motion as well?
Yeah, that's a great idea, Jill.
I would consider 9 and 10 in that regard.
Okay. Commissioner Meehan, are you going to accept those?
Yeah, once I read them, I'm sorry, I'm scrolling through to try to find them in our.
Page 2.5 of our guidelines.
Thanks, Christy.
Jessica, is there anything you want to add as more of an explanation for the height and width? Maybe perhaps is related to slide 238 that you explained so eloquently in the discussion or the deliberation?
How to articulate this? At the core of the issue is that all of those big picture guidelines are interconnected and can't be handled piecemeal, and that these Zoutwell surveys are so powerful because they address so many of the guidelines for us, and that the height guideline specifically is not a matter of the point above sea level. It's about the height as perceived in the context of the district.
Specifically, how? Cornices, window header heights, what specifically?
Yeah, the way I was taught this in school was the street room. So I would say the face of wall on this is significantly higher than the face of wall in the context.
I see.
Commissioner Murin?
Yeah, 9 and 10 sound good,
And
all that as well.
that's why the cornice line is so important, because that's the perception of the height of wall, essentially.
Well, and also, didn't you talk about the FF&E of the relationship of the finished floor elevations?
Actually, Chris, good point. That would make the case for guideline 6.9 foundations and guideline 6.12 doors and windows and guideline 6.11 cornices.
I haven't been writing this down.
What was 6.12, Jessica?
6.12 is doors and windows. We
Doors
picked that
and
up
windows.
from this exhibit as well.
Right. Okay. So Chris Murin, 6.12 doors and windows. I've been writing it down, so I'm going to give it to you. Okay.
Thank you.
6.9 foundations. 6.11 cornices.
All right.
6.6 height. And,
Yep.
and then the other ones that were called out, I did not reference their points. These were yours, 6.1, 6.5, and 6.8.
I have those written
I'm
down.
going to add 6.10 roof form.
Did you get 6.10, Chris?
Yeah, and then the office of the Secretary of the Interior is 9 and 10.
Mm-hmm. On section, yeah, 2.5. Okay, so we're gonna have these restate this with feeling.
Real quick, this is Jessica. I think we need to add 6.7 scale, which relates to the buildings in the vicinity.
Commissioner Murin,
Yep.
accepting the friendly amendment? Okay.
That sounds great.
Okay, take a minute to gather it all and let us know when you're ready, okay?
All right, thank you.
So, Commissioner Murin, you
Yep.
know, just going through, and help team, just going through the things that we look at when we're considering new construction. It's on page 2 of our memo. Setback, spacing, orientation, massing. I think that we should also, because those are the larger things and we don't have numbers or dimensions or anything for those, I think that those should also be, we think that those should also be included in the motion.
So I'm listing all of those, 6.2 through 6.
Yeah, so we're going through, yeah, all of them, just because we don't have documentation on what the setbacks are, on what the spacing is. We don't have any of those. We don't have that data.
Do I need to can I list the chapter and verse, or do I need to list the reason why, since we don't have, or just say the information is not provided?
Yes, I think saying the information is not provided, and then just, for these for 6.2, 6.3, 6,
Okay. All right. Well, we'll give this the old college try, see what happens.
Okay, thank you,
So,
Chris.
I would like to move to deny this application based on the Secretary of Interior Standards 9 and 10 as it pertains to new construction. 6.5 as it relates to forms of construction in surrounding context, 6.6 height, 6.7 scale within the vicinity of the neighboring buildings, 6.8 directional expression of new residential buildings, 6.9 foundation, 6.11 cornices, 6.12 doors and windows. And then under the qualification that information was not provided, 6.2 setback, 6.3 spacing, 6.4 orientation, 6.5 massing, 6.6 height and width. Did I say too much?
I think you said just enough. Thank you.
All right. I forgot 6.1.
All right, commissioners, you've heard the motion. Do we have a second?
I still think Jessica needs to restate
Okay,
that it's because the big picture guidelines, and
okay,
so Candy can have it.
sure. So that wonderful conversation or information that Commissioner Hinman gave about the heights and comparing it to the floor and all of the wonderful architectural jargon that you that you use, Jessica, it's really important that we have that included in the motion so that Candy can have a record of it, and so that we're being very clear in our reason for denying this application.
And Jessica, Chris Mern did not restate roof form, so I'm unclear if that's supposed to be part of the denial as well.
It is, I'm sorry, 610
Yeah.
roof form. Sorry.
I was going to add that. Thank you. I don't know if I can recreate what I said before. It had to do with the Zoutwell survey giving us information about how all of the big picture guidelines are interconnected and cannot be taken piecemeal. And that this particular Zoutwell exhibit demonstrates that while the height above sea level may be lower than the adjacent building, the height as perceived in the context is taller than the adjacent building because of the face of wall. Is that what you needed, Christy?
Commissioner Hyman, this is Thomas Bowers. Again, in this instance, I think those are sufficient comments. If you want to, you can also just say as part of the motion, it would incorporate my previous comments about slide 238 and that actual information. Because you've already stated it for the record, the court report is already documented. We don't have to regurgitate it 3 or 4 times and for you to write it down. If you just say incorporate that, that would be sufficient, at least from my legal perspective.
Thank you very much. This incorporates my other comments about slide 238.
I accept.
I will second.
All right, motion made by Commissioner Murin, seconded by Commissioner Walker. Any discussion of the motion? I'm sorry. Okay, so someone who is listening closely, Commissioner Murin, said you did not, when you restated the motion, say that you were denying it because of these things, and those words need to be included in your motion and on record. So if you don't mind, just
Agree to disagree, but I thought I did. But I trust you guys more. I want to move to deny this application.
Because it does not meet the guidelines you stated.
Because it does not meet the last 5 minutes of conversation.
Thank
The
you.
guidelines that I stated. I'm sorry, that was not formal enough.
It's a little welcome levity. Thank you. Thank you for making the motion, and thank you for seconding, Commissioner Walker. Any discussion of this motion before we vote? All right, let's see. Commissioner Hayden.
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin.
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen. PJ?
Yes, can you hear me?
No, we can.
Yes.
Commissioner Bonaparte?
Yes.
Commissioner Murin?
Yes.
Commissioner Rumch?
Yes.
Commissioner Walker?
Yes.
Commissioner Hinman?
Yes.
Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. So motion to deny passes 10-0. Thank you. All right, so it is 7 o'clock and I was cautiously optimistic that we would get to number 9, but we will not. So number 9 will, we will hear number 9 next month. I'm sorry, Alan. Okay, so we are through the 8 cases that we were able to hear. Do we have, we really need to vote on the minutes. And who were the 2 who looked at the minutes this month?
Yeah, Kim, I was. Yeah, Kim, I was. Yeah, Kim, I was one of them. May I make a suggestion? I started looking at them this morning, and I wasn't in the January meeting, so I can't weigh in on the January minutes. But maybe for future meetings, at the end of the meeting, or I'm sorry, at the beginning of the meeting, we can take volunteers for who will review the minutes, and then we can take better notes during the meetings.
Sure, and we can do that. No one was volunteering, and so I asked Christy to choose 2 people at random. So you won the lottery. Unfortunately, you were not there in January. Who was the second person to win the lottery?
It been Chris Barth, who's,
Okay.
is it Chris Barth?
Chris Barth?
Mern? I don't know, I'd have to look.
It was one of the Chris's. So why don't we do this? Christy, could we do the minutes in March and reassign last month's and make sure that whoever gets this month's was actually here? Okay, so we will make sure that whoever gets, whoever votes on or looks at the minutes for February actually attended the meeting. We will have 2 people because it's always good to have a accountability. And again, no one was volunteering, and so this is how we have to do it, okay? Because we have to vote on them. Any other business for today?
And Kim, I mean, I'm more than happy to volunteer to review. What month are we? The February minutes when they come out. I've got my notes aren't as good as they typically are this time, but
okay.
Again, I mean, I don't mind volunteering. If I take notes and stuff along the way, it makes reviewing the minutes a whole lot easier than just rubber
No,
stamping.
you're absolutely right. So with that being the case, PJ, is a great idea. Who wants to be the second person to volunteer for February? You do it and then you get it over with for a while.
I can do it.
Jim, you already did yours. Yeah, so who online said they would?
Chris Mern.
Chris Mern. Okay, so PJ and Chris Mern
Chris.
for I said Chris Mern, right? That was yeah. So PJ and Chris Mern for February. Who wants to volunteer for January?
I can do January. I didn't know that I was supposed to do that last time.
Okay, it's okay. So Chris Barth, and did I hear Nichelle?
Yes.
Okay, so Chris Barth and Nichelle Bonaparte for January. Thank you all so much.
Hey, I'll tell you the method for my madness, though.
Okay, what's the method for your madness?
Because technically, if you're not at the meeting, you're supposed to review the meeting minutes, so you're prepared for this meeting.
Oh.
So that's kind of why I gave it to
Sneaky.
CJ.
So Christy, I was gonna say it's completely my fault for just noticing because I didn't start looking at the minutes until this morning, and I'm like, wait a second.
Okay, so we are going to,
So that was my fault.
do we have any other business to handle before we close? All right, so we're adjourning at 7:04 p.m. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.